I had like VMware, I had vCenter server, I had a bunch of different Windows Server licenses.
I have been working with another company at my work, and we're going to be sending our old equipment to have certified wiping done on them. So I'm going to have a whole rack at my house soon.
You gonna have like the rack itself, or are you gonna buy a rack?
First I have to see what I'm going to bring home.
Mm-hmm.
But for sure I'm bringing one of our server blades home.
Cool. Alright.
I'll probably bring a Cisco switch of some sort.
You do lots of cool home labbing with that.
Yeah, and
he's got Brody or sheet, right? I put that over there.
And one of our firewalls. I'm gonna bring
cool. We are going to get started.
And then I'll probably just segment that into its own network and use it for all my testing.
That's pretty cool.
Alrighty, so last we left off, you guys embarked on basically some sort of a raiding party with the fellow Viking tribes. Kind of a little bit of a mixed party with you guys, but one of the Jarls actually like accompanied it as some sort of a emissary for it. Jarl Gorndal of the Rockbeards from Gedeland. Him, along with a couple of people from there, as well as people from Feldby, are all on this journey together with you guys to basically try to venture out, explore new lands, and whatever comes of that, just kind of rolling with it. None of you have ever been on a raiding party before, obviously, and since you have been within the tribe itself, you've never heard of anybody else doing such. There's always been little excursions and such that may travel a little bit more like east or like to the north of where kind of the Fjallheim Mountains are, but there really, amongst your guys' tribe, has never been much travel, and especially like I said, during your time, going as far as you have gone now, making it this far into this lower part of the lake. Unsure of if like anybody from Feldby's ever done it because of the close proximity to it, but getting to where you have, you realize there's really not a whole lot of like great new places to like explore. The swamp itself is a little mysterious and what have you, but as far as like resources or any sort of deep exploration goes, it's just something that's not really feasible or good for the tribes to do at all. But you guys have got to this point where you're at the very bottom part of the lake. Once you reached here, you kind of beached up onto the swamp area. You can see that there was like a little bit of some sort of strong current that was like pulling down from the northern part of the lake, like downward, and then it kind of followed the rocky shoreline on the western part of the lake as opposed to the east side where you guys are on that swamp bank. There were a lot of ships and things broken up. The portion of the lake that starts to kind of spill to the south has, it's hard for you to really see it from where you were, so you guys are kind of on this bank, right? So the south part of it where there's like almost like a little spill out, it was very, like you could see just like white caps, like it was like a whitewater rafting type of deal, like you could see the way that it dropped off. So you guys kind of just pulled over to the side and are in this mode right now where you have traveled in and looked around and kind of set up a perimeter and started to camp on the bank here. You encountered some trolls within the swamp themselves, pretty nasty creatures, formidable enough of a little fight. I only think Brodeer maybe one or two of you may have gone down, but nobody actually fully died. Brodeer as well had undergone his first like realized transformation of being some sort of werewolf type creature of, you know, the name that it has associated with it is something that you guys don't like fully know, so it's just more of him being this kind of shape-shifting creature that is somehow tied to the moon, and you guys are still trying to kind of figure that out. this is the first transformation as well that he's had where he's been like kind of aware of what was going on in a way. He kind of explained that a little bit to you guys, and you've made a decision kind of amongst yourselves to try and help him in a way or make sense of whatever it is, and are just keeping a pretty close eye on him for the time being, especially with where you are now and like the situation you're in. It could be very, very bad. So, Jesus Christ. You guys, oh my God. I have to like close those blinds upstairs because I'm just gonna bark at everything. Yeah.
We'll be right back.
So Jared has had the ability to give people temp HP.
He's done it.
I think he's used it once.
He can do it every turn.
Yeah.
He's done it.
Not every turn.
Maybe
He's giving it
twice.
to you though.
I'm just saying, it's not every turn.
Well, you can start using it for him today. So,
Just get in a fight just to use it.
yeah.
Punch one of you guys in the face just to get the temp HP.
You just gotta,
Almost ate shit upstairs, dude. I was trying to like run through the tile. Alright. Where you guys are now is basically on the swamp bank, on as much solid land as you could find. Making your way back to the camp, kind of resting for the night, getting as much sleep as you possibly can. Waking up the next morning, hit points, spell slots restored. Make sure whatever you have as far as prepping your spells, you do that too. Change the little- the music right up. There is this kind of constant sound of insects. The area that you're in as well, it's basically like the end of spring for you guys. You don't really associate much with months and days of the week or anything. It's more of just like the weather and the seasons is what you base everything off of. So it's been spring for a little bit, but this, see, like the time that you're in now, you can feel the weather kind of warming up. The sun is out a little bit longer throughout the days, and where it kind of goes into this weird thing where it's like one day it feels like it's like 40 something degrees, and then now you're jumping into maybe 60-degree weather, and it feels like it's almost summer. But you're realizing where you are, it feels even warmer than that. It's a little bit humid, humidity that you're not really like used to. It's probably like a close to maybe I'd say 70 something degrees right now, but it feels like way warmer. As you guys all kind of rested the night before, it was pretty easy to fall asleep as you're just fatigued from even just walking through the swamp. It's pretty difficult to make it through some spots. The fight took its toll for sure. You kind of wake up sweating a little bit. As I said, you feel that humidity, and it's not really until now that you notice how uncomfortable it is, but you just kind of deal with it. It's warm. It's not like drastically different from, home, but being in it now for the time you have been is kind of giving you that realization of how different it actually is. For some of you, it may feel like worlds away and like this is all very, very new. Some of you may be a little bit on edge of everything that's going on, so it's hard to really take things in. But nonetheless, there's still this bit of excitement that you're having with you because you know that you're really not even at the end of this journey or even close to it. Like it doesn't even feel like it feels like it's probably just starting in a way because you haven't really gotten very far from home. At this point, you could just turn around and be back within a few days. everybody seems to kind of just be up. You can see the way that everybody is just sitting. There's still this little bit of separation between the tribes in a way where like everybody's setting up their tents. You can see like the Jarl, Boar, and Fuel Deer kind of over by themselves, and then Darren, Lauf, and Olga kind of sitting. You guys get up. Brodir seems to be up, no issues. Everybody kind of looking at him, making sure he's fine. There is a little bit of a sense of urgency amongst some people, like not really like packing up their belongings by any means, but more or less just like preparing for some sort of quick journey or path or whatever it may be. You can see that they're kind of setting up on the southern part of where you guys have like set up camp on this swamp bank. You can see Jarl Gorndal standing over there, as well as Boar and Darren. After everybody kind of woke up and started getting their things together, at this point you have done the same, kind of gathered some supplies, and you're just ready to do whatever it may be. Not really like breaking down your tents and everything just yet, but just trying to figure out what exactly the plan for the day is going to be. Alright, based on that little spillway over there, I don't know if the boats are going to be able to make it down that. Do you mind their assessment of it? Walk down a little further if anybody wants to accompany us and see what we're looking at, but the three of us are going to go take a look.
I'll go.
I'll come as well.
Is there any local wildlife?
There's lots of mushrooms.
As far as creatures go, a lot of like reptile, like amphibian type creatures, like in the area that you're in. You know, frogs, snakes, and turtles every now and then. The occasional like tiny lizard moving around very fast. We haven't really seen any like big like wildlife or anything. A lot of insects.
You know
Any
there,
mammals?
Okay.
you know there are trolls for sure.
Yeah.
I just don't know if a frog's going to give me the information I want. So.
Your success rate with frogs will certainly be bad.
All right. For those of you that are going, everybody begins kind of gathering up and walking. The rest, whoever stays behind, basically just has a moment to relax and kind of just mind and watch everything. You start traversing through the swamp, kind of sticking to the shoreline as best you can before some areas of it get very, very dense with kind of thick vines, and the trees themselves get kind of thick to where you can't like pass through them efficiently. You do find yourself getting into some areas where you're probably like shin to knee high in some water that you can't really like see the bottom of. Like the second your foot is in it, it just disappears because it's so murky. There's like a very stale scent inside of the swamp itself. Like every step you take, you can just feel that just stale water, and like the air and the muck just lets up this kind of nasty fume almost. Not toxic by any means, it just doesn't smell great, and it's really uncomfortable to like make your way through. Get pretty dirty and kind of gross and sweaty just walking through it, but everybody just powers ahead. You can see Boar seems to stick pretty close to Jarl Gorndal, like a lot. Seems to have a pretty good respect for him. I wouldn't say he's like a bodyguard by any means, but he definitely is loyal to him and seems to, the way he carries himself, kind of staying a step behind him at all times, listening very, very loyally, and just kind of following him wherever he may go. Darren, who is the, I don't want to get this wrong, I believe Blue Dragonborn from Felby? Yes. He, ever since you guys have really been on this journey, has been pretty quiet, pretty to himself. You can see that he carries himself pretty confidently as an individual. Just seems to be walking around carrying just a blade, and doesn't seem like he's not friendly. He's just not like super sociable by any means, and it's just, you know, here for the ride essentially. You get to a point within the swamp itself where it begins to get a lot less boggy, and there's just more good bits of land. Even spots where you can see some rocks that are just kind of like sitting, and then it just gets kind of more and more prevalent as there's more of this solid surface for you to step upon. It's probably like a good hour and a half, if that, to get to where you want to be. You're basically standing on somewhat of a cliff, like the way that you're looking at it. You can see, like, as you're looking out and you get to where you are, it just opens up to, like, it looks like a completely different world almost. You can see this very, very large ocean, like, off in the distance. And where you're sitting right now, like, over to the side, you can see where the water is, like, kind of spilling down into the lower portion. There's maybe like a 5.5, maybe 6 foot drop of where there's like a little bit of like a waterfall right now to like where this water is going down and into the area below. But the area below is kind of like a big, like horseshoe shape, essentially. You can see a bunch of rocks, this kind of bit of sand that sits at the very, very bottom of this like little basin. There's not really like super smooth areas that like go down into anything, but you can see where that water like spills down. It does spill down into like some form of water, but like I said, there's like a 5 or 6 foot gap or difference between like where that water at the top is and like it's pouring down into this area, and like where there's another bit of water that's sitting there. And the water that's down there looks like it is just this big kind of open portion like that goes out like into the sea. Like it's almost like a
bay, or
yeah, it's like essentially it's exactly what it is. It's like a bay of sorts that kind of pours out into the ocean, and that's all connected, but there's like this just little bit of like a gap from that area where there's like that part from the swamp, like the bottom part of the lake that's pouring down into it. And then just to
I say we send it. Launch off the
Clear
edge.
me.
We just gotta get speed.
Got the Dukes of Hazzard music for it.
Let's build a ramp.
So as you're standing here, I'll pop this up on the screen in a second. I just want to get through my description of it before I get ahead of myself. Standing up on the kind of cliff portion of the kind of swamp area here. Like I said, there's a bunch of rocks that kind of go down into this basin. You can see this little bit of like a bay. It has a little bit of a horseshoe shape like at the end of it, but then you can see there is actually like a pretty narrow portion that goes through the middle of this bay, almost like it looks like a river essentially would like be there, but it's not quite. But you can see little bits of water that are like inside of it. It kind of catches your eye because it's obvious to see. There's water that just kind of like sitting up in like random pockets inside of the beach areas, up on like the rock faces. Like everything looks like at some point or another that there was water upon it, as far as like the rocks go and like the beach underneath. As you're looking and kind of it's over to your right, like beyond where the water kind of pours down into here, you can see a pretty tall, not tall, but like big enough like mountain range essentially that borders the ocean there, and it also borders like that western part of the lake. Like beyond that, looking out as well, you can see ocean for a very, very long time. You can't see anything like kind of past or beyond that. You feel like maybe if there was a little bit more light and like less clouds, maybe you could see something, because it almost looks like a silhouette of something off in the distance, like a large mass of something. But it could just be, you know, like your eyes just not properly adjusting to whatever it may be. But you can see the large ocean, the waves kind of rolling around within it. The sea itself is vast, and it has this deep blue color to it. The sea is the Sur Sea, S-U-O-R-C. That's what kind of has been called by your people. It's just kind of like a word for south. You can see large waves that are kind of just gently rolling across the surface of the sea itself. And it is something to behold for sure. The other side of it, like beyond it, there is no end to it. You can see this vast kind of unfathomable blue, and you kind of think to yourself, where does it end? You know, does it end? As your mind starts to wander, starting to think of the sea, you get lost in the moment before a voice kind of pulls everyone's focus somewhere else. Look there. And then you can see he's just kind of pointing to like where the estuary meets the river, basically the same spot I was just describing to you guys. You then look a little bit more as he points over to the other side. There is a very, very wide, you can kind of see the other end of it. Like if you look in a correct like direction, like you're kind of looking more like just directly east to like look and see over, where you can see there's like a little bit of a landmass like in the far distance on the other side of what this is. And it's hard to see, but like you can see it. Like you're kind of like squinting and covering the sun up as you start to look. You can see a very wide river. It's probably about 3 times the size of the Brecka, probably even more. It is much calmer than the sea, but it still crashes about with some pretty large swells, and you definitely see the potential for it to be dangerous. Beyond that river, like I said, through a haze in the air, you can see land. It's hard to make out much of it, but the ground itself seems kind of flat, possibly bright in color. There it is. There is where we go. On to new places, new riches, new things. Things that will bring us honor in returning it to our fellow Vikings. A way for us to make history for our people. Now we just need to figure out how to get to it. Everybody's basically here right now just kind of looking around and trying to come up with their own plan and assessment of what is going on. So, let me make sure I don't fucking put all this session notes right in front of you guys. Okay. Oh shit. Ah, don't show us! There we go. Okay. So, this is essentially where you're standing. This is where the water kind of, you can see like a good amount of it, but then there's like these portions that are basically dry. Not dry, sorry. Like, there's water upon everything here, but it's not to a point where like a boat would go through here. It is a little weird to look at though, because there's water like all the way up here, like stuff is wet. But the only part that's really like holding water is this like portion here. And it's not, there's like I said, like a 5.5, maybe 6 foot drop, a bunch of rocks and jagged shit basically here. This is like that little mountain range you can see, like over to your right, which would be like kind of southwest of you. And then there's this little bit of land like here that you can see on the other side of this very, very wide river where you were kind of looking out. And then the sea obviously is all down here. That gives you a little bit better perspective, I guess, on what exactly.
Wow. And you point to that land on the other side to
Yes, and
say
that
that's
over
where we
there
should
was,
go?
yep.
What do you think?
seem like there's very many ways to get there, other than
Boats?
all that jagged drop in the water.
Yeah. I don't know. How high are the cliffs that we're standing on?
From like, so like here, like this cliff
Yep.
itself.
Yep.
I mean, you're probably looking at at the highest point, like 10 feet.
We could probably just bring the boats over the land and drop them down the cliff here. Put them back in the water over the edge. Maybe they'll... No, we got enough strong guys. We could probably do it. That could be easy, but... Unless we want to send it over the edge.
Well, we risk damaging the boats.
Yeah,
Oh, we're shit out of luck.
that's true. Unless you want to swim across that.
Not with all my gear. No, not really.
Didn't think so. Man, that sea sure is hypnotizing. I didn't expect it to be so big.
Wonder what's out there. It's just water for eternity, or there's some.
It's got to end somewhere, right? Edge, a wall. Who knows?
Guess it just depends on what lore universe you're in.
The world's flat in this universe.
Come to like a big snake.
Where for reference are we about parked our boats at?
Right here in this first little pocket, like after this opened up, you guys, right here. It was probably like a 2-hour walk, like to get through all that super boggy shit and all that.
I guess I'll go over to the Jarl. I'm not sure what you're thinking, Jarl, but it looks like we might be able to get the boats down the cliffs over here if we carry them over the little bit of land that we'll have to. Might be safer than dropping them over the edge in the water.
I don't know. Trying to see if there's another way also.
Oh yeah, I didn't even
Yeah.
look.
Can't really see anything else.
Should we walk along the cliffs?
Yeah, that's probably going to be our best bet.
Alright.
I'll tell you right now, we're not taking the boats over that cliff edge there where the water's pouring down.
Yeah, it seems like they'd get damaged. Unless we got a lot of speed. Alright, I'll start, I guess, heading northeast-ish.
Okay.
You want to come with me? I'm going to go see if there's another way down.
Yeah.
Alright. The two of you start walking that way. They don't appear to follow, but they are within kind of earshot and eyesight for quite a while. You can see the Jarl just kind of looking out at the sea, arms crossed basically, just staring out. Every now and then kind of gazing around to try to see maybe some sort of other plan or avenue that he hasn't kind of come across yet. But the two of you walking that way, you can feel a little bit of the breeze off of the ocean. The area in which you are right now kind of has this very like brackish look and appearance to like the water itself. You can tell like where that water is like pouring out into that little river area that goes out to the actual ocean. It's not water that you've like really experienced before. It's kind of where this fresh meets salt, and it's got this very, very briny, weird smell to it. Even its appearance is a little like washed and you're trying to look out and see as much as you can, just to try to figure out maybe, like you said, another idea. The cliff edge that you are walking against, like that goes down. It's not like a straight drop. It kind of like has these little valleys and drops, but it gradually like goes lower and lower and lower. There's a lot of big kind of jagged rocks. There are areas that look a little bit smoother that kind of go into these just big piles and boulders of rocks. But there is also a lot of like, once you actually start to get more towards the bottom, that's not actually like a bunch of rocks. It's more of like this sand. The sand itself is kind of like a mixture of kind of yellower, dampened sand and like this kind of greenish, almost blackish sand that are just kind of intermixed, where it appears like the fresh water and the salt water have like met a bunch, causing some sort of weird mixture of water and the sand itself. You look and you can see like this area here of the water.
Mm-hmm.
If the two of you would make perception checks.
Yeah. Oh, it's pretty good for me.
8.
15.
8, 15. Okay. Kane, you looking at it, like all of the rocks and everything that's here, the stuff is wet. Like you kind of go down towards it, maybe like put a foot on it, and it's a little slick. It makes you a little bit hesitant to kind of maybe just like set the boats on them and hope for the best, as everything's like really slick. The boats are heavy as hell, all the gear and everything. So like where if something were on it, it like could just like take off and start sliding down and then, you know, possibly crush somebody or like fly into a bunch of boulders and rocks. But the fact that like where you are, like you're all the way up here and the rocks are like wet and slick kind of. You, Voltash, start looking out over here, and you can see, like the way that the water is. There's this mark that you can see like further back, like almost like a beach, where the waves kind of like roll in and then start to kind of roll out. You guys have probably been here maybe like through maybe it took you about 2 hours to walk, and at this point maybe like 45 minutes to an hour that you've been walking and sitting here. You start to look a little bit more down this way to like this opening, and you can see, and it kind of throws you off because you don't remember seeing it when you first got here. You can see water starting to pour in from like here and like kind of going down over into this area.
I've got an idea.
Once you start to like sit here for more time, the water that was like here is now like here. As it's starting to like roll in, and then this like whole area from here to here is like slowly spilling in. And the only reason you notice it is because you're paying attention to it. You know, you're not just like looking around or trying to find like. You also look here, and this is just basically like a beach for quite some time. Like it kind of goes up because it gets to a point where like this area, like once the water starts to come in more, it starts to meet the swamp, and like that's where a lot of this water that's in this area comes from, because most of where like you guys beached into here, you had more of like an actual land type of edge where the water in the lake was not by any means going up and over into here. So all of this water, and more you realize it now, like the water within the swamp was a lot more salty than it was kind of like a fresh water. It was almost like this saltwater swamp. A lot of like the trees, like I said, like that line that you guys were seeing on the trees was a lot of like that water that comes through, and that salt will like break the shit down a lot more than like any sort of fresh water would. A little bit more time to where like maybe like an hour or so, maybe hour and a half of you guys being here, and this whole area from like here to like here is water now.
Okay. That seems like our way down.
Starting to find it odd that all this land here was wet without water.
Hey, guide. It looks like the tide's rising.
I didn't even know you came with us.
I didn't.
I'm all the way down here.
You're gonna drown. The tide's coming in.
I'm like saying where we started at.
Oh. Yeah, it looks like there's a spot over here where the water comes all the way up to the cliff, so we might be able to put the boats in here. I'm gonna
wonder
look
if
at,
this whole area is gonna fill. It was wet
we can wait and
along
see.
the cliff side by where we were.
Maybe we shouldn't wait and see. I don't know. We probably know enough to go back now, though.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep my eye out for seashells on the way back.
Oh yeah, you find some for sure.
I'm gonna see if I can find any little like beach crabs crawling around.
Okay. Make a quick perception check.
Okay.
I'll keep an eye out for weird shit that
Can I do nature?
might be
instead?
aggressive, like trolls.
Yeah, that's fine. What are you looking for, sorry?
Just anything that would be hostile. It's like
21.
hiding around anywhere.
You can make a perception check also there, King. Looking for like seashells on the seashore.
As one does.
You can see a
girl
lot
selling
of
seashells
like
with
where you're walking. So basically up here,
Here's a shell peddler. You're never gonna believe
like where you are up here on this kind of area,
Mhm.
that's probably also like a good, 20-minute walk just from like here to here. It's not like rough terrain by any means, like you're actually dealing with some sort of a cliff edge. But you can see like up toward the top, like once you get to over here and you're looking down the shoreline, you can see like a watermark essentially that's like there. It doesn't quite go all the way up here to where like it would come this way, but like there's like maybe like a foot, maybe like foot and a half, like from the actual top of the cliff edge, that you can see underneath it is like smoothed a little bit. So like the top part of the rock has like a lot more porous and like jagged qualities to it, but like underneath that, like you can see this mark like going across, and where it meets here, it actually like goes up and over this to where it's like over the lake in a way.
They kind of meet.
Yeah, like you can see where it meets, and you can see just based on it that at some point it looks like this probably will fill up enough to where like the boats could just go right down and into here.
Oh, I see.
It also starts to like line up the more you think about it of other boats like coming in here, like whatever boats you guys believe probably came from this way and like got trapped into here or whatever it may be. They would have had to have got up somehow, and there's no way they would have with how you guys looked at it to begin with.
I didn't even think
The
about that.
more that like you start to look at it, you can see that the water's definitely going to fill up pretty good in here. You just don't know for how long. So it's kind of like a little bit of a timing thing where from where you guys probably were, you'd probably be able to see like when that point comes, and it's not like, splashing over as much as it was, to where you guys can just start to take the boats from here, like after you wait long enough and go that way. But if it doesn't fill up and like where you have gone now and kind of made your own decision, like, hey, like we could also just come this way and drop them in here, like that also seems like a good option too, like if this doesn't fill up how you're hoping it will. Looking on the shore itself, like for the shells, like as you're doing this, the more that like tide starts to like roll in, the more of these shells that like every time that wave goes back, you can see them. A lot of them are kind of smooth, empty. A lot of them are just like halves of shells or whatever it may be. When that tide kind of like rolls in, you can see as it rolls back is when you start to watch like little holes starting to form as these little crabs start to like pop up and like skitter around. It's not hard to like reach down and grab one of them, grab it, and it's just like its legs moving, kind of clamping about. They're probably only like like maybe $50 size.
Cool. I'm gonna take it, and then once we walk back, I'm gonna go over to Volktash. I got you this crab.
It's just like flailing its
Yeah.
arms around.
I figured you were looking for something to talk to. I figured you could talk to the crab.
Are you in my head?
I thought you said you were looking for something to talk to. Maybe not. Maybe.
I was looking around.
Oh, well.
Maybe
something
wanted
to
to
talk
talk to
to.
you.
Oh well. Talk to the crab.
Did you figure out how to get the boats down?
Yeah, the tide's rising all the way to the cliff. I'm
I don't
pretty.
need this thing. Just chuck it in the water.
If you weren't gonna keep them out, eh? Crazy treatment of a creature you can talk to.
He didn't look very excited to talk to me.
Well, you might have been holding him funny.
I didn't want him to pinch
Borg
me.
just kind of. Just figure anything out?
Yep. The tide's rising. It's good. Looks like it might come all the way to the cliff. We might just be able to bring the boats to the edge and go on over.
Kind of looks down. Oh, no shit.
Yeah. Also, as an alternative, if that doesn't work, if we just head a little bit north, there's another body of water we can just put the boats right into. It's like 20 minutes.
Alright. I'll let the Jarl know we can start walking back.
Okay.
He walks over to the Jarl, who just kind of does like a nod. Also starts to like kind of look out and see. Just raises his hand and then starts like kind of heading back into the shoreline of the swamp to get back to the camp.
It's like 20 or 200.
Alright. Guys probably got up fairly early in the morning, to where like now you're kind of rolling into a little bit after noon or so, as you're traveling down, traveling back up, kind of navigating through everything. The sun basically directly above you. There is a good bit of cloud cover today, so it's not like just beating down or anything. It also kind of hinders some visibility here and there with like the clouds and what have you. You'd probably be able to see a little bit more on the other side of that very, very large river that you can see there, had there been less cloud cover, but nonetheless, you could at least know that there is something there, and that is what your destination is per the Jarl, as he's directed you guys in that way. Once you make your way back, Jarl kind of just disseminates all that information amongst everybody, and you guys begin to just wait, essentially. Everybody's packing up their things, loading them up into the boats. There comes to be a point where some of you are just like sitting in the boat, like laying down, resting your head up against something, as some people are just kind of watching and looking over towards the mouth area there, that estuary that starts to pour down into the ocean. Where the water is just like rampantly like going up and over the edge. And I mean, this is probably still like, 20, 40 feet wide. Like, it's not small by any means. It's probably even wider than that. So like as it's going up and over, like it's intimidating. Like there's just these huge splashes. You can see little breaks in it where there's like just a fucking rock that's like sticking up. And the more that time goes on, the less rampant it starts to become. You can see it kind of calming down, but that current doesn't disappear by any means.
Yeah.
There's still portions of it that are like kind of white capping up and over that edge. There's probably a good, I'd say 3 hours of waiting, to where like, you're not like losing daylight because you're not doing anything. Like you really don't have much of a choice but to wait. If you absolutely had to, you guys are kind of like dreading it in the back of your mind, like the more that you're looking at this and hoping that it's going to actually calm down a good amount to like go through, as opposed to having to pull the boats up over here and then drag them all the way over to here.
Yeah.
It's not that you wouldn't do it, it's more that you don't want to do it. You'd rather just have the comfort of the boat and kind of go up down there. Looking over in the distance as well at this mountain range here, the mountains themselves, it's an area that you've really never been in, but seeing it now, it's also something that you weren't really aware was here, in a way, just because of like where you guys are, like all the way up here. Like you don't really travel south much. Most of everything you do is like to this western part, and this mountain range down here is not tall enough to where like you actually see it, and there's like this little bit of a grade in the actual like land in which you live. So like this just kind of all slopes down this way. So like you're higher up than the mountains, to where like you really have to be like kind of down here to actually be able to get a good look at them, because they're just like almost inside of the ocean in a way. Like the ocean just like travels through bits of this, and like the way that this bay is. So that's just something for you to have in the back of your mind. But nonetheless, it's just one of those things. As you're sitting here, you're just kind of like looking at small little like bit of forest that's kind of dense, like towards where this probably goes into the mountain range by some means. And the more you're looking at it, you're just kind of looking about, and then you can see that there's almost just like this trickle of water that's slowly rolling down in this middle part to where you can see it starts to meet. And you're realizing like this time of day that the tide has kind of come in. It's like basically in the middle of the day, and you guys kind of rolled in here at night. And then as you were kind of going to look at it, it was like basically in the morning or later at night to where like the tide would not have been here as it is now. So probably rolled out basically when you guys had showed up toward it or was doing so at the time. And it really doesn't take much. I mean, probably only 5 feet of water's got to come out of this before this gets dangerous to like not even really be able to traverse. So having that information in the back of your mind is useful, knowing that this is some sort of access point, but it's more of a time sensitive one. You guys within the boats, here they are. All right, let's go. Seems safe enough. Just keep your wits about you. Take the boats and begin to pour down into there. I can just leave that map up, I think. Let me turn this fucking on and off for a second before I do something stupid.
Yeah, where's the Viking boots in the background?
Playing that VR game.
Ragnarok. It's fun.
There we go. Okay. Alright. You have also noticed, as you are in this area, kind of on the boat, once that tide has kind of come up, the current itself in this bottom part kind of changes. It almost like gets to a point where it levels out in a way, like where that side kind of over to the left area, all of that shit that's kind of sitting there, like some of it kind of starts to like float out toward the middle of the lake, like random pieces of wood and like cloth and whatever the hell else. You can see this kind of large, almost like tapestry in a way. If everybody would, you guys can make a quick perception check.
I'm not seeing anything on the way back.
No.
Alright, I'll go back.
Yeah, no.
Could not wait.
No, you're good.
Got an 8.
8,
10.
10,
23.
23.
17.
Okay.
Okay. So between the two of you,
Should we roll for Brody?
at this point, Sigrid, you're like at the rudder area of the boat.
That's a 15. Plus
16 for Brody.
Okay. So you're kind of at the back, so you have like a good view of everything. You're kind of looking. You know, Steiner and Kane, you guys are rowing pretty good to try to get out and like over in that direction. Brody, you're doing the same, kind of looking, but he does
going the same way we
notice of
are.
it. That tapestry that's kind of like floating through the water. You take a look at it and you can see very, very strange like symbols that are like written all
We
over
gotta
it.
get that.
It's not quite like close enough to be able to really like grab, but you can see very quickly like looking at it. There's a lot of like really weird symbols upon it. The tapestry itself is this kind of silky type material that kind of rolls out like over into the lake. You just get kind of like a quick, good look at it.
I'll cast fly to go get it if I have to.
Do I recognize any of the symbols or no?
No, but one of them stands out.
Can't get the sip the same on a bottle compared to a can.
Where'd you get those dry erase markers at Amazon?
Yeah,
They're pretty nice.
I think they were like, it's like $7 or something.
Okay.
Need a new one.
Drop me as a link.
Yeah.
Yeah, send him the link.
I'm about to.
Please, he's desperate for dry erase markers.
I need it.
I told myself to have this like done before I fucking did this, but I forgot to.
That's just how prep be.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm the most procrastinator.
I've reached the end of my orders. Well, that's
biggest procrastinator I know.
Same.
Jerry, you got 3 months to do this project. Last week I do it.
That's me.
Why would you give me all this time?
That's what I'm saying.
I'm just gonna use that time to not do it. And tell me it's due tomorrow or
This is
something.
done at the end of quarter one. That's when I'm doing it.
Yeah.
They're $5.99 right now.
Oh, shit.
Still haven't sent him the link though.
That's crazy.
I'm working on it.
That's crazy.
Okay. Essentially, it looks something of this nature. It's very weird.
That's pretty cool.
This is basically what it looks
I
like.
can't even draw. Can I just take a picture of that?
Earth, wind, and fire.
Do you
September?
remember?
Maybe water.
Okay.
And then with this, you can see a bunch of strange, like, symbols, like, underneath it, over the top of it, the side of it, and then the other side of it.
Anybody got comprehend languages?
I used to before I changed my background.
Yeah,
no.
I also used to.
Nope. Nah.
I got passed without a trace.
That's the same.
Useless.
Basically lets you speak all languages.
All of the symbols as well, it doesn't look like, this is very quick that you get this, but your perception was high as hell, so I'm giving you like a good amount of information here. The symbols that you're looking at are not like writing. It doesn't look like, because you've seen like weird script and shit before where it's like hard to like really grasp. Like when all of the, never mind that part. All of the symbols and such around.
He said, "Don't worry about that."
It's kind of like a square around it
Yeah.
on each side. They're symbols. They're not actually like you guys have
Yeah.
runes that you use that kind of look
It's-
more like script.
It's not
It
a
looks
written
like-
language.
It looks like
symbols.
a flame or something,
Yeah.
and then it looks like an X, and then there's like something that may look like a fish, and then they're more of like character, like pictures of
Yep.
drawings that all just
Yeah,
kind
I
of start to
speak that
line up
language.
with each other.
I
What any of it
speak
means
wall
doesn't
drawing.
really. The only thing that really caught your attention was the symbol, like upon it.
I speak primordial.
It's none of that.
Damn.
Is it? What languages do I speak? No, just.
Speak giant.
It's not Sylvan,
Same.
is it? Although I'm pretty sure you're the only one who spotted it. So
Let me double check.
I'm just rolling.
yeah, me too. Oh.
Steiner's gonna be buff by the end of this.
Oh.
I'm just sitting here.
Nice.
His chest is gonna be killer.
I've got anchor arms
Yeah,
now.
he's just gonna look at that anchor on SpongeBob.
primordial elementals. That's it. Fucking hell.
Gotta put a double doorway at home. Can't go through the normal one anymore.
Just go sideways.
All right. No, primordial doesn't do anything for you.
He had to check though.
It's,
Just throw that out there.
He didn't even know what language it was. He had to look it up.
he's like, let me double check. Let's put that on the parking lot for right now. We'll come back to it
I
later.
had to throw it into Google Translate.
That's okay.
The thing of it is that there are elements of that, like this language, that have some kind of roots to that primordial language. So it really catches your attention because some of it looks like it could be like vaguely familiar.
Uh-huh.
That's why I was gonna say what I was gonna say before, but I didn't want to bring that up. So
Cultists. That's what I'm hearing.
Well, they're dead because they probably got into
Well.
a shipwreck.
But
They're just normal people.
just saying, we found that cart of randos. There could be more.
That could be anything.
all right.
I kind of just take that in. I don't think it's like super important.
Yeah,
enough
it
that anyone
doesn't
else-
feel crazy important, but it's just something to look at.
Yep.
You guys begin traversing out into this
Like the big
area.
waterway?
Yep, and you get up and over, and you can actually feel like the slight kind of drop, like once you get past that spot. It's a little uneasy. The boat rocks pretty good, but it's a good, quick test for it as you get a good wave to kind of rock it around a little bit. The clouds start to become more and more prevalent. It doesn't look like rain by any means, but it's just a little bit less sunny. The sun kind of being away, the breeze that rolls through is a little chilly every now and then. It's very different being out here as opposed to like in that swamp area, but you guys are not bothered by it. You're finding yourselves having to really row in order to keep any sort of heading that you want to keep. Aside from the current, the wind, waves, everything is fighting against you to try to push you where it wants to push you. So you're kind of in this fight right now with the sea itself and your boats to battle against them to kind of prove that you're able to do this. And these boats, this is the first time that like they've really endured like water like this. And the second you got out into this kind of estuary that opened up, like the bay that went out into the sea, you don't really know like where that point was, like where it ended and began, but you do know that you're probably like right now off the beginning part of this in a good 12 or so feet of water. Like there is no shore that you see anymore. Like once you got up and over that kind of hump that was there, like to get down into this, you knew that you'd be in deep water pretty quickly. And then there's kind of, once you get further out, the waves that are kind of rolling through, the wind itself is at your back right now, but you can feel it like every now and then slowly starting to change to where it's like almost going to be coming from the north. You can see off in the distance that river that's sitting there as the water is just kind of like slowly rolling through. As I said before, it's pretty calm compared to the sea. Like you can see the waves out on the actual ocean. Like the further out you get, the more kind of tall and like wide and like more like swells that they get to be. You're probably going through maybe like 2-3 foot swells, which is pretty good waves. Like it's not anything, light and easy. You can feel the boat just rocking all over the place. You can feel like kind of your stomach turning a little bit every now and then. Those of you that are rowing, like you're almost trying to figure it out as you go because it's something so strange and different as opposed to just like this leisurely row and like floating down the lake. Like you realize like you're now in like a little bit of a struggle because of where the water is right now as far as its intensity and the way that the wind is. Once the wind finds itself more north and it's like pushing almost down the river, you can see the river itself is starting to get like these pretty good waves that are coming up and over. Maybe like a foot, 2 feet, but they're not like white cap type waves. They're just kind of like rolling, and as they're rolling, they kind of sneak up on you and cause the boat to kind of just like rock like to the side, like every now and then, like as it hits, it's like boom, and then you can feel the wind kind of almost trying to like turn the boat. at the back, like where the rudder type kind of steering mechanism that you have is, before like on the bracket like going down, like you could have just used that to make it down the whole way, just using the current kind of navigating and turning. Out here, like you're like grabbing it with two hands and like having to like really adjust and like fight and force it, and you can feel like when you push it sometimes, like it almost like goes up into your side and you're having to like stand and turn. You get brief moments where it relaxes and you're able to not like fully be at ease, but you're not fighting it as much. And it's more or less when the wind kind of dies down a little bit and those waves from the north aren't just like splashing and rocking against the side. Being at the back and you're starting to, these are just things that you're realizing as you're doing this and kind of picking it up as you go. The more that you like, as the waves like coming up and over, as opposed to like going sideways at it, like trying to cut it in half almost and like quarter the wave, is way better than just letting it like smack against the side to almost, because every time it hits, like everybody is like almost standing to the other side and you see it like everybody's trying to tilt the weight the other way because it feels like it could just flip from the way that the wave is like hitting it. And then again, you're really only taking like a 2-foot wave at that side, but the way that it's hitting and the way that the ocean itself is rocking around, as it hits, you start to adjust and kind of turn into the wave. And as you do, you can feel it kind of cut and quarter, and you're kind of hitting it and then splashing up and going up and over the top of it, as opposed to it hitting you and trying to like roll the boat over.
How's the other boat look like they're doing?
The boat that they're on is more of like this huge barge, essentially. Like they didn't build like the kind of deep V kind of model that you did. As you are looking over at them, you can see Jarl Gorndal standing kind of at the back. His hair is just soaked. Well, his beard rather, he's bald, but his beard is soaked. You can see Boar basically like standing up and like reaching his arms across and is like grabbing two and like trying his best, but he finds himself like not being able to stretch himself that thin. It's just on one side like rowing. You can see that the entire deck of their boat is just covered in water. You can see it kind of like rolling in and out. A couple people like grabbing buckets and like bailing them up and over, because it's just not, like the construction of it was not made for this by any means. Like every time that wave kind of comes over the side, like you can see that the way that they're like rowing, they're probably 100 or so feet away from you. The wind's pretty loud, the waves kind of crashing around, the boat creaking and everything. They're still taking every wave on the side, and every time they do, it just hits. And it doesn't go to roll it because of the design of it's different. It's just like a wall. So it hits, and just a huge wave just rolls up and over the side of it. And they're having to like get it and bail it out. And they're just like in this dead line, like trying to get toward the shore as best they can. It doesn't seem that he's quite figured out to like try to cut the wave in half by any means. He's just like, you can see it, like you can hear this muffle just like just like pushing. Everybody that's on that boat is just frantically trying to grab and do something as best they can. They don't look like they're gonna sink. They just look like it's rough. Like the boat's not like taking on a ton of water, but every time a wave hits, like it's splashing pretty good. Like they're taking on a bit, but like they're able to just kind of bail it out. And there's like these little lulls, like I said, where it's not as intense. The wind kind of dies down, and they're just like hauling ass, like oaring in that direction as best they can, or rowing that way.
Does it look like we have more speed than they do?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the boat's definitely like handling really, really well. It's not like absolutely perfect, but it's handling a lot better.
We're just built different.
Literally.
Us, the boats, everything.
At this point, like as you're taking the waves how you are now, as opposed to how they continue to take them, like you keep seeing like every time you hit, like you're still getting a little bit of a mist, but not nearly as much water is like spraying up and over, so it's a little smoother like the way that you're taking it. Every now and then, because you're kind of going toward the river, like the way that you're kind of going up and hitting it, you go to turn a little bit every now and then and kind of get more of a bearing toward that. But every time you see in the distance like a wave, you're kind of taking all of this in as it's like going. Every time you can see a wave getting kind of closer, you just kind of slowly adjust and turn to where the front of the boat, like right at the stern, is like taking the waves on, like how it was built to take the waves essentially. The boat that they have, like I said, it's kind of has a point to it, like where it could probably take waves pretty good, like off the front. But the way that the walls are, like on the side, they're basically flat. It's just like this wide, almost pontoon built like a design of it. But this one has like an actual stern to the front of it. Over and over again, you can see them in the distance just getting hammered with the waves. It definitely does not look like it's any sort of easy task for them, but they're making do and they're kind of powering through it. Everything and everyone on that boat that they have is just covered in water. The wind itself doesn't really seem like it's letting up at all either, and you guys seem like you still probably have like, you know, a few hours or more of travel to actually like get over there. Like even though you can see it, you can just see it in the distance, and you're fighting like the wind, the waves, the ocean itself. So it's not just like this smooth sailing like straight toward the shore, you know. Every now and then.
Does it seem like the water is getting any lower after it's like filled in, or no?
Oh, like from like where you guys dropped in from? Like if you were to like look back at it? You know that at some point it's going to. It doesn't seem like it's happening like
It wasn't
very
like
drastically.
it wasn't like a very small window we had. That's kind of what I'm going towards. Like,
I mean, you've probably only been on the water right now for like an hour, maybe two, and like looking back, it still seems like it's probably high enough to do. You can't really like get a really good look at it, but it doesn't look like it's as low as it was before. So you at least gather maybe 2 to 4 hours of time probably that you would have, maybe even more.
Should we tell them, hey, you need to be cutting through the waves? I can get over there.
if you can make it over there.
If we can get within 30 feet, I can get over there.
Same.
That's true.
All right. I
Just in case we need healing spells.
start cutting over towards their boat.
Okay. You kind of start to cut over that way.
While still bracing for the waves and everything
Okay,
like that.
very good.
So take my time
Yeah.
before doing it.
It takes probably like a good, 10 minutes or so just to like adequately, like you're only like 100 or so feet away.
Yeah.
Like you guys are probably like in tandem. Like you're
But I don't want to just whoop,
exactly,
and then
yeah.
capsize and then we're done.
As you're starting to like head that way, it's kind of like in these motions where like you're going like this, and then you're just taking like a big good turn, and then having to take the wave again, and then like getting kind of closer. You get close enough to where you can start to like hear him shouting basically, "Hurry up, build more water on the side, fuck another wave!" And then kind of hits up and over. Boar, you can hear him kind of just loud like, as he's just over and over just rowing as best he can. You can see every now and then too, like the side that he's like rowing on, like he almost stops for a second because the boat starts to just like turn in the other direction. You can see the small little halfling Fjoldir is just like doing this, and you see the oar like coming out of the water, and then it's just like basically going like up and down, like it's not actually like hitting any water, like it's just kind of struggling a little bit. Olga seems to just be like, powering through, like she's just rowing. Your uncle, Lalf, he's on another boat, he's doing the same well. You get probably within maybe 30 feet or so, maybe a little less. Every time that kind of wave hits, you get maybe like a foot or two closer. But you're also turning out to where like, basically sorry, I said it backwards the other day. Or the other time. The bow being the front, like the stern of the boat where you are, like as you're turning to take the waves on it, is facing kind of where they are. So like the back of the boat is closer to them than the front would be when you go to turn into the wave, essentially. They don't even really notice you guys are by them because they're just trying to fucking power through.
Alright, I'll run and I'm going to jump over the edge of the boat and then I'm going to Misty Step to the barge.
Okay, got it. Make a dexterity saving throw for me.
He's gonna overshoot the boat.
No, it's not bad. 14 or
14.
13.
13, okay. once you kind of jump up and off like the edge in a way, like not really.
I
like
just wanted to give myself a
cannonball,
little
but
more
closer
distance.
as much as you can. Yeah, more of like a flare thing. But it's more when you like actually hit the surface of the boat. You can feel your feet just like kind of
Whoa.
take off a little bit. You grab the edge, like kind of rail of where it is, and then you feel it just like water all over your back as like the first wave kind of hits.
Woo, that's brisk. Jarl!
What the hell are you doing here?
You should be cutting through the waves.
Well, what if it comes up and over?
That's fine. Cut through.
We're already taking waves. He just
Woo!
he grabs and kind of turns it a little bit. When he turns it, you can see like the ass end of the boat. Like you go to get a little closer again as he's turning, kind of almost at the same time, and then you like real quickly like turn again, like to take on the next wave. The wave comes and you kind of hit it, kind of bounce up and over. You watch him like behind as you're looking, maybe now 20 feet, like actually turns towards you, and then the wave starts to come and he's like holding it. He's like, "Are you sure about this?"
It's gonna work. We've been
Wave.
chilling over here.
You can see just water dripping from his face.
I was dry before I got on this
We're
boat.
kind of taking the wave.
I ain't never
You
seen
can hear
water.
him.
I'm
Oh, here it comes! And then there's just like this good kind of splash. The boat kind of picks up a little bit and
Whoa,
goes
that's
right
got
back
a little bit
down.
more kick than our boat.
And then it kind of just keeps doing the same. Like every now and then, if they're going a little fast, it seems like a little bit of water comes over the top and over, but not a lot compared to what they were taking. They're still like kind of struggling and fighting, and then sitting there slowly, kind of when the waves come through, taking the oar and taking their time. There's like this little bit of a break that they seem to all have. You can see Fjoldir just drops the oar and is like grabbing a bucket and like
I'm gonna help
just
him
like
bail.
sitting down, scraping, and then not even reaching up and over, and it just pours right back in. He's just laying against his side. All right, that's a lot better.
I'm glad it is. I honestly wasn't sure if that was gonna work.
Or kind of reaches over and gives you like a tap on whatever like leg or back or your chest as good as he can.
Just grabs your dick.
Yeah, just fucking.
Thanks, bro.
Good one, bro.
So I let the homies know. Thank you.
Yeah.
His girlfriend's on that boat.
Listen, he never declared his sexuality, okay?
All right. You yourself are covered in water as you're kind of going down and bailing. A lot of it seems to start moving towards the like the stern, like the back of the boat, just from like the way that the weight's sitting and the waves are taking it. A lot of the water rolls back there, so a few people are back there, kind of bailing water and tossing it out the sides. You still probably have a good 2 hours of rowing to go before you actually reach that shore that you're looking at in the distance.
I feel like our boats are still pretty close. Steiner, you coming?
Do you need me? I mean, you guys have Brodier and Kane. I'm not really contributing when they're rowing. Do you guys need me over here?
I think we're all right now. Yeah, we're fine. Go back over there. You're good.
Okay. Misty style.
All right.
I just
Get back over to the boat.
I didn't
It's
want to
not
be
as
too
wet of a
close to them
surface.
for too much longer.
Yeah.
That's
I
fair.
feel like he would have just ran right into us.
Probably. He's doing his best. That's for sure.
He is trying.
Man, you're fucking soaked.
I know, it's crazy. I'm gonna use prestidigitation just to dry myself. That's better.
Continually, it's just
I
kind of
still
like
have this bucket.
these.
Snatchies. Grab our last bucket.
How they're gonna sink because they can't get out.
you guys are kind of sitting there. There's a little bit of water in your ear, so somebody might just like Votesh, you grab the bucket and grab it and go to like toss water out the back. As you do, you can see behind, like the boats themselves have a little bit of like a wake. Like it's nothing crazy, but it's just like the way that it's cutting through like the waves, and you guys are rowing against it, that it's causing a little bit of like, you can almost like see very quickly, like in the wave, you look and you're like, what the hell? Like you thought you saw something, and then you see again like something come up and out of the water, kind of like a fin on the back, like a long nose to it, eyes on both sides of the head, a little like hole on top. It just kind of like keeps like going up against like the wake from the back of the boats, and then you watch like 2 or 3 more start to do it, and they start to like swim next to the boats as they're kind of going up and over. You just see a few dolphins start to.
It's pretty cool.
All right. The more time goes on, the closer you get to land, the more of it you can kind of start to see, and the closer you get, the stranger the land steams. The wind pushing the sails, you guys actually realize that the way that the wind is coming in, it's pushing the sail in a way that is causing you guys to fight with how you're rowing and how the wind's coming in. Like the sail is pushing backwards and you're rowing forward. It's very obvious to just pull the fucking thing up and then just row forward. It's a lot harder. It's easier once you're not fighting the sail itself. Obviously, it's easier with the wind at your back and the sail kind of taking you forward. But you just kind of roll the whole sail up and tie it off to where you're just rowing very, very intensely towards the shore. The current from that kind of large river that's over to the side there. Looking at the river itself too, you can see like the way the sun is just kind of glistening on the parts of it that are peeking through the cloud cover is very cool. The river itself is very, very wide. You can't really tell if there's like a beach to it at all because of the way that the land is. And the land that you start to approach, you can see for most of you, the only thing you're really focused on is like 30 feet in front of you, because you're trying to like anticipate every wave and whatever it may be. It's not till you get much closer to where like you're basically, you know, within eyesight. Like you can see like the land ahead, but it's hard to take in because of the way that it is. You're not really sure what exactly you're looking at. Like in the distance you can see these rolling hills. They're like bright yellow, sandy, and that's basically all you see for a very long, like everything that you're looking at, like the land, is just that. It just appears to be sand. There's no structure that you can see right now. There's no like vegetation. There's no like huge like hills or landscape or terrain. It's just like this sand of that is the land itself, and it just keeps like looking like it continues for as far as you can see. The closer you get, you're expecting to see more beyond that, but you just keep seeing more sand the further you get towards it.
That's the biggest beach I've ever seen.
Are the dolphins still nearby?
Yeah, for a little bit.
Have they made any noises?
Mm-mm.
Why don't we settle over here? It's nice.
Tropical. Eventually you get to a point where you can start to see a little bit of like the bottom. Like you don't see, it's not just like this deep blue. You can start to see little tinges of like that tannish yellow underneath of like the beach, almost like a reef area in a way, but it's not quite that kind of climate to where it would be a reef. It's just kind of like this sandy beach underneath to where you can start to see it. The water being so clear, it's hard to tell if it's 10 feet down or 5 feet down. You don't really have a great gauge of how deep it is, so it's not really quite to the spot where you could even like jump in, and you haven't felt yourself like beach onto anything by any means, or like the boat hasn't stopped or slowed. It's gotten a little easier because the wind is being blocked by a little bit of the land, but there's not like any large, hills or terrain that would actually block it, so it's still a son of a bitch, and you guys are feeling it. Cigarette, at some point, you probably would have had to switch with somebody, whoever would have got, tired first.
Mhm.
I'm tired of rolling.
Once you get probably,
I'm just
I'd say
navigating.
maybe 200 or 300 yards,
That's important too.
maybe like 200 or 300 yards off of the beach itself, a lot of the waves and stuff that were really fighting against you are now fighting with you, because they're kind of rolling in from the ocean. A lot of it comes from like out in the middle of the ocean in toward land, as
Mhm.
opposed to like kind of going out. So the waves are kind of at your back, kind of pushing you in. You do realize though, like, you want to keep rowing forward because you don't want that wave to kind of overtake the back of the boat and like cause a bunch of water to come in. Even though you're in much more shallow water right now, you're still not going to want to try to recover this from the bottom of the fucking sea. So you can still keep a steady pace of rowing, but you find you're not having to like row as hard against the current coming out of the river because you've now gone into some sort of a cove of where this meets into the actual land itself.
This place is Anakin's worst nightmare.
I hate sand.
It's everywhere. I have the high ground.
All right. Once you get closer, and you're actually basically on the shore at this point, you can see more shape to things in the distance. Everything basically just being the same tan yellow color, it's hard to really make out a lot of features as much of it has no breakup in it, really. But you can actually start to see these large kind of rolling sandy hills in the distance, and you can also see, if you guys want to make a perception check, we'll see if you actually see it as you guys are getting up to the beach itself.
We're close enough to like jump out.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna jump as soon as we get close. I'm gonna jump out and pull it in.
Yeah.
I got 11 and Brodier got 13.
16.
13.
I didn't check. I was-
Okay, gotcha. You just
Nine,
jumping out.
11,
Yeah,
yeah.
I got you. All right. You guys don't really see anything off in the far distance, but you do see a lot of that
Nothing.
sand and such. Kane gets up toward the front. You can see him holding a oar, and he just kind of like takes and pushes it down, and then like picks it back up, and you can see there's like a little bit of a watermark where maybe it's like 1.5 feet, maybe 2 feet of water. Kind of look behind, drop the oar in, and then boom, plump down in, and then like get a good rope off of the front of it and start to like walk the boat in essentially. You can feel it a lot easier as he's just pulling it in basically, and then you watch maybe 100 yards behind you where they are slowly kind of approaching, begin to the yeah. You just see the
Blows up.
oar standing at the front of it as it's slowly going down.
Well, it almost made it. So close.
And then Fitzgerald plays in the background.
Yeah, true.
Jack, get on the door.
There's plenty of room. Move over.
All right.
Just stand up.
We're in 3 feet of water.
I'm drowning.
We're in a pool in a studio. This isn't real.
Alright. You guys get over to the beach. The sand itself is warm, even hot to the touch. Once you sit down in it, those of you that are in the boat, that were rowing pretty good, either just lay down in the boat or get out and get onto land and
I
plop
feel like
down.
it's got some give to it, or does it feel pretty solid?
It feels pretty solid for the most part. Like there's like little bits where the water kind of comes up a little that it's more soft obviously, but the sand itself is pretty solid.
So get out of the boat.
I'm gonna be honest. This new land looks like a whole lot of nothing. It's a lot of sand.
I want to take my shoes off.
Feel it betwixt your toes.
Feel the
That's a good
warm
idea.
sand in my
I'm
toes.
doing that too. Yeah, this is the life.
First thing to do is take the piggies out.
Yep. Gotta let the dogs breathe.
Why does it smell like the swamp again?
Who knows? Residual swamp smell, I guess.
Very common.
What is this? Why is there so much sand in one place?
How's the temperature feel compared to where we just came from?
Paying attention to it, it's hot. You're kind of like warm already and kind of sweating from the rowing and all the water. You don't know if it's sweat or just the ocean. But once you sit here for a minute and start to kind of take it in, you find yourself slowly taking layers off because it is quite warm.
And this feels like the weather we, the one people we've found might have came from.
Could be.
Warm.
Yeah, they were kind of dressed in not very warm clothes, so. Or not very, not very warm.
But that silk would feel nice right now.
Huh.
I feel like they came from the other direction, though.
That's what I thought. Maybe they came around from, the
Go
underside.
that far around? Go that far down?
Oh, I don't know.
Would I have any idea based off the maps I've been drawing?
As far as what?
Well, I guess probably not, because the only thing the furthest south we know is that mountains that the ocean kind of goes through. So as far as we know, they probably have to go through there. I guess we don't really know if there's more just open sea below that.
I don't know. What was the name that they called it? Yeah, or maybe it was just a word. Maybe it wasn't the place.
Maybe they crashed in that lake and they just walked just
Could
through
be.
the forest and never found us.
I don't remember. I don't know. I didn't see anything in the wreckage that looked similar, but that doesn't mean it wasn't their boat.
If our boat crashed, could you tell it from anybody else's?
I feel like I could.
That would have
I
been a long
carved my
ass
name
fucking.
into it over there.
Would have been a long ass journey if they crashed in that lake and walked all the way up to the other village.
Yeah.
They were pretty
Amidalman.
They were
Amidalman.
close to death, though.
Yurt.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, we can wait and see what the Jarl says.
Where are they?
Actually, is there like a close dune?
Maybe like 400 yards away, is like the first solid one.
I was just gonna try and get a higher.
Is it a tall one?
It's pretty tall, yeah.
Go for it.
We're gonna realize how exhausting it is halfway up.
Yeah.
You could fly.
There's no paid
Fly.
rescue here.
You could fly up.
Yeah, but that takes one of my spells that I might need in this foreign land. I could also just walk up. Alright, well, they're taking forever pulling their boat in. I'm gonna go check out that dune. I mean, sand hill.
Sand hill.
I'll start heading that way.
Alright.
Boat pretty secure, just beach
On
on
the
the
beach?
sand.
Yeah, you can actually pull it up pretty good to where it won't go anywhere.
As you're going that way, I use one of my free spells of the day for my race, and I give you Long Strider, so you get 10 extra feet of movement. You would feel a little bit quicker for an hour.
Man, the sand takes away half my movement. So I'm just
You ever
moving.
tried to walk up a sand dune before?
Let's find out.
I will find out, that's true.
Alright, are you going? Sorry if I'm playing
You're good.
footsies for a second. You're going
He's not sorry.
that way? Anybody going with him or is he going by himself?
I'll wait for the other party to arrive.
Okay.
I don't want him going by himself, so I'll go with him. I don't think we should be alone here.
Probably not a good idea.
Alright.
You wanna go bird deer? Share some muscle with them,
Sure.
just in case.
Sure.
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 Bogdash has been very quiet throughout this entire day. He's probably just been like looking around at all the environment for the most part,
Okay.
just soaking it in,
Okay.
and just trying to see if anything's familiar to him, or if anything is, or if just learn, I guess, about the world and the other stuff around him because of his circumstances, I guess. So.
Okay.
You'll probably spend a lot of time during travel kind of in a similar state, but
Sounds good. All right. The three of you that are walking kind of toward the hill there. The further away from the ocean you get, the quieter it gets, and the warmer it gets. The more you walk, the more you sweat. You can feel the sun beating down on your skin. The heat doesn't really seem to let up by any means. It's kind of like untouched, like the way that the sand is. And even if somebody were probably to like walk through here kind of recently, a good wind that kind of would move around and kind of settle all of the sand, and the sand itself just by nature and like gravity eventually will just kind of settle into one place and kind of become this more of a flat surface, as flat as it possibly can. But every step that you kind of like take through here, you can see this little bit of a trail behind you that starts to form. So as you're looking around, everything seems pristine. Like there's really not a lot of like travel or anything that you would imagine. Like you don't see any sort of trails through or footsteps or structures.
What are the odds they got dune sandworms in this desert?
I'm gonna say greater than 0.
That's not good.
You begin to start kind of walking more toward that hill. It's a good distance away. Like, I mean, you know, a good 400 yards. Like you're walking, trekking through.
Yeah.
It gets to a point where you can still see them, but they're getting like smaller and smaller the further they get. But you can still see that hill, so you'll be able to see them get on top of it. And be able to see them, like, or sorry, you're going with them. But those of you that are like still at the beach, essentially, like you'll be able to still see them in the distance, like from where that hill is, as long as they don't crest it and go to the other side. Arriving like up to the beach, you can see the other boat kind of getting closer. Boar does the same thing and jumps out and starts to grab it and pull it in. Pulls it up to the beach. Everybody just gets out and plops down onto the sand, basically.
Just sitting on the beach
Are
right
you at the
now.
boat with me? Oh, okay.
Building a sand cut.
You're the only one that's in the boat,
Well, I'm probably off the boat.
and then once you get on the boat, but the two of you were the only ones that stayed back.
built the whole sand forge.
This is my home now.
Start to get some
Wooden
sense.
plank door.
Getting out of the boat and sitting around, Olga's just like, fuck.
Well, don't worry, you guys will dry off soon here. It's fucking hot.
You guys had it rough out there.
The halfling fuel deer, once he's in, like you can see his hands kind of come up over the boat, and he kind of gets up and kind of almost rolls out and plops down into the sand and is just laying down. Yeah, it's very rough out there. I honestly didn't think we were gonna make it. No. You can see him like take the loot that he has and just like pour it over and like water just kind of comes out of it. He does a little like
Classic. Not taking care of his insurance.
So that could be okay.
should be. Does a couple little notes on it.
It's gonna be warped by tomorrow.
It's already out of tune. The next.
Yeah.
The sun's still like high in the sky.
Yeah.
Just folds.
It's kind of starting to crest down, but you're kind of
Maybe I
glad
should've
there's some
got the
cloud
warranty
cover
on
for sure.
this.
Well, some of our group ran over there to try to get some vantage points, see if anything's out in the distance.
All right.
There's sand everywhere.
Good. I'd say here's as good a place as any to set up a camp.
Of course. Kids everywhere.
See what they see, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, I'm worried that if we go too far inland, we'll lose the sea breeze and it'll start to get pretty hot.
Hey,
We've got a lot of time. Sun's still pretty high.
all right, well, get to it then, everyone.
You heard him. Get to it.
He goes over and starts pulling supplies and stuff out of the boat. You two being the only ones there at your guys' boat can do the same and kind of pull your guys' stuff out. You can see everybody's taking stuff out and just like splaying it out for a moment. Like a lot of the large, like leather kind of canvases that were created to like go over the tops of tents that are put up. A lot of those are getting laid out to kind of dry out in the sun. You see a lot of people like laying those canvases out. Jesus Christ. Laying out the canvas, and then once the canvas is laid out, they're like setting stuff on top of it so not everything has sand on it essentially. Jesus Christ.
Under attack!
There's the sandworm.
Fireball.
Somebody dropped
Fucking-
something off.
Thing from Dunes.
But yeah, a lot of shit is just kind of being laid out onto the canvases, and like clothes and whatever barrels and such are being set down. But nonetheless, you guys are able to unload, like, you start to unload like the partial camp setups that you guys have been doing, leaving a lot of stuff inside of the boats. It seems that everybody's just kind of unloading everything, and the Jarl kind of makes that clear that like you're probably going to set up shop in this little spot for a little while, so it's probably not a bad idea to just really get comfortable and settled in right here. You guys at the beach continuing to do that while the others get closer to the hill. You can feel the fatigue a little bit, just from like the rowing and then getting out and walking over towards here.
I started to think this walk was a mistake.
From your arms being what was sore and your shoulders and your neck, it's now moved down to like your lower back and your calves and the kind of hamstrings. You get to the bottom part of the hill itself and start to like walk up it. It's not like enormous by any means. It's probably like a good, I don't know, I'd say like 80 feet up, like at the very top part of it.
Is it steep?
No, it's not super steep. Still sucks going up it,
Yep.
but it's not super steep. Brodier seems to be doing all right as far as like walking up it goes. You guys are doing fine as well. It's just cumbersome, you know, like you really aren't carrying a bunch of shit either, which is nice. But nonetheless, it is very very hot out, and you don't feel like you're really even wet at all anymore. I know you precipitation, but for those of you that had a little bit of spray, you're more just sweating right now, and you can feel the sun beating down on your skin. Once you get to the top of the hill, go ahead and make perception checks.
Probably took all that armor off and like everything but my fucking lower half.
Yeah.
Bare chest.
11
Never
for
broke.
Brodier.
Natural 20.
All right.
16.
In the distance,
See those like sand
You
Star
see-
Wars.
Oh, Tusken Raiders!
Jawa trade ship.
Yeah, a crawler.
Yeah. Sand.
I knew we'd be rich!
that would be a weird.
Like to see other Vikings try to stop us with laser blasters.
All right.
Well, then people don't even have to hit anything.
Once you get up toward the top, just a lot more sand. You start to
This
kind
might
of
have been a
look
waste.
around.
It's just sand.
You start to see, aside from the sand, there are like kind of more toward the what would be like the northern part of this area that you're like kind of looking in. There are very very large like sand like hills like in the distance, like far enough to where like you wouldn't be able to see them from the beach. But like once you're up here and have this vantage point, you're looking like sizable hills to where like you can't see anything past them, and they're kind of all. It's almost like a huge cliff in a way
It's
of like
like-
sand that kind of slowly goes down and then picks back up. but then like plateaus down into the area that you're kind of in right now.
It's like sand mountains over there, guys.
Once you start to come a little bit more like toward the right as you're scanning the horizon, you can see what appear to be maybe 4 or 5 different structures, all of them the same make in the shape of a pyramid. They're just randomly kind of spread out like the further they go. You can kind of see one
Found the
is
aliens.
probably
People built those. You're crazy. Believe that aliens built them.
like a day's worth of probably walking. You can see one like pyramid, like the closest one, and then beyond that one, you can just kind of start to see it, like in the far distance, like just like the silhouette of it. And then the other two are like just like little blips that you're assuming are also pyramids just by like looking at it, because there's just horizon is basically what you're looking at. But that very first pyramid is probably only like a day's worth of walking. And you got a natural 20, didn't you?
Yes.
I
Would I know it's called the pyramid?
mean the shape.
Okay.
Yeah, you just say the pyramid. You don't have to like get weird about it.
Distance.
And they're 3-dimensional.
Imagine a triangle,
Another triangle.
and you take 4 of them.
Just put 'em
It's a
around.
4 triangle.
And they go together.
My new word,
It's
four
a
triangle.
4 triangle.
There's four triangles.
Between each pyramid, you start to like look, and you're like really looking,
Straining.
like straining, like you can feel your eyes like really squinting. You're having to kind of adjust them. But as the sun is not like directly in your eyes, and you're able to kind of look good, kind of open up and start to really try to take in everything you possibly can. You can see paths between the pyramids. And the only reason it really stands out is because there's kind of like these little, almost like stone. I don't really want to say it's a statue. It's more of like a post. It appears to be stone, almost like a. It's very hard to see because it's more of like a marbly kind of white lime, like sandstone kind of color and structure. Like it's hard to tell from this distance, but like once you can see like where it's broken up, like in the actual horizon of it, you can see like some of these that are set up along the way where it's kind of signifying this path. And you can see from that other pyramid that's like in the distance, like you can see like maybe 2 little ones that look like it might be more of those like signifying some sort of a path going from each to the next one. And you're talking like miles apart from each other, where these paths are basically laid out from pyramid to pyramid, like going in another direction.
You guys see those 4 triangles off in the distance? I think there's roads. I think there's roads over there. Like little pathways.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Over there.
You can see like the first pyramid, and that's it. Really.
There's at least a few of them.
I see something that way.
Okay, there's structures over there, like buildings.
Well, I can't see.
Alright, that's the way to go. I'm sure of it. I still didn't enjoy walking up this hill, though. We should probably go back.
Let's go.
Alright.
How steep is the hill?
Probably like that.
Oh, it's not that bad.
I was gonna say we could run and jump off of it and make a gas feather fall, but it's not very steep.
Probably more like slide down it.
Yeah.
Well, if I had something other than my bedroll, I would have used that to slide, but I don't want to sleep in sands.
I got bad news for you.
I always carry a toboggan.
That shit gets everywhere. In your sleeping bag, in your ass.
Wait for it.
I'm gonna try to look for, just because we're not like near the shore anymore that much. I'm gonna look around for, even if they're just like blending in, or if they're just like brown or dead, any like desert plants.
Okay.
Cacti.
You can see over in the distance, essentially, like where the camp is set up. Kind of like over to the side of it, there appears to be like cactus. You're not like quite back at the camp yet, but like you can see there's not a ton of them, but there are like cacti around.
Okay. Well,
As you guys are walking back, the camp is basically set, aside from little things that you probably want to do to your little area there. Sun seems like it is sinking lower in the sky. The dry heat is something you can't really escape. It's mitigated a little bit by the breeze of the ocean. You can feel it every now and then, and it's pretty welcoming. The strange kind of gritty sand constantly beneath you and traversing it, and it's solid, but there's give to it, and it kind of slides around. It's all new and very, very weird. Like I said, there's very, very sparse vegetation, like that cacti, and some very dried branches are like really the only life you can see anywhere. As you're walking up, you can see Lauf walking over toward like one of the cactus and begins to like look at it. You're kind of getting to the point where like you're almost like meeting one another.
Mhm.
Like he's kind of over to the side though, like you're getting to the other side of the camp and like seeing him do it to where like if you wanted to walk that way or whatever. As you're walking that way and you're watching him like go to grab it, you watch his hand kind of like jolt back and he takes his finger and he's like,
what happened?
fuck! What are these things?
I see.
The whole thing's covered in thorns.
I'm trying to yank it.
Yeah, he's like,
Oh. Yeah, you definitely don't want to reach and stick your hand in that.
Yeah. I don't really see it.
I'm gonna take the butt of my staff and just try to whack it and see if I can whack one of the leaves off or the pads.
Yeah, it just snaps right off and falls on the ground.
What can I see like at the break point? I want to see if there's like any liquid or if there's any like.
It's definitely wet. You can't really see like a ton of liquid.
I'm
But
gonna try to touch it without stabbing myself.
Yeah, it's wet.
Any particular smell?
It just kind of smells like
Plant.
like a leaf, like plant smell.
All right. Well, then I'm gonna. I guess I'll just leave the pad on the ground where it was, and I'm gonna try to use my. Actually, I'll probably switch to like a knife, and I'm gonna try to scrape off the spines or whatever they are.
Yeah. Most of when you kind of push, kind of snap or break off or break away, they're not like firm needles by any means. They're just like very, very fine, almost like hairs on them that have a little bit of more of like a rigid, structure.
Mhm.
So as you kind of like take and scrape the knife over like the surface of it, like right at the root of it, for the most part, a lot of them like come off. There's still some spots where like when you grab it, you can still feel like the little sharp feeling to it, to where it's like a little irritable, like if you were to try to like pick the whole thing up.
Okay. Well, then I'll still just I'll pull out like a little bit of cloth and I'll just pick it up with that and carry it back to the camp.
When you pick it up and like kind of grab it, like the cut point being at the bottom, you can see like little drips of like water almost like look like, and then you can flip it back over. Just water probably.
I'm not gonna try any more yet. I want to make sure that doesn't kill me. You want to try that?
Yeah, but why not? Doesn't really taste like anything.
And you guys just consumed ayahuasca. So.
Their eyes just dilated.
There's bugs in your skin.
I learned the secrets of the universe.
I want to try cooking it. See what happens.
That's going to get everyone high.
Cactus steaks.
Yeah.
All right. everybody kind of noticed you guys at the character as like he screamed and yelled at or whatever. Laughs kind of break out, and then everyone resumes basically what they were doing. There's this kind of universal lull over the group, as everyone seems to be settling in for the time being until some other orders are given. So essentially, setting your camp and tent up however you please, and kind of getting ready to just relax. Sun's still up. There is cloud cover, but it's still like daylight basically. So you guys can do whatever you want. If you would like to do anything right now, now is the time to do so. It appears that everybody is just kind of resting for the rest of the day, as the sun is kind of going down, and traveling at night doesn't seem to be the prime option here.
No, I'm just gonna set up my bedroll and stuff and get comfortable.
Alright.
Tired from all the rowing. I'm gonna collect some cactus spines myself.
Some cacti.
Alrighty. Just like the spines themselves, or
Yeah,
like
none of the actual cactus, but I'll go over to the same cactus they were like messing with
Okay.
after it
Kinda
comes
looking
back.
at it.
Yeah, talk
Okay.
to him. Probably poke myself a couple times.
Yeah. It's definitely a very finicky thing that seems like it's inevitable to at least get a little poke from something, but easy enough. Like if you scrape them and bundle them up in some cloth or something, or
Yeah.
something a little thicker, so it doesn't just like poke through immediately. They're pretty fragile as well too, so like some of them break pretty good, but for the most part, like it's a lot of like essentially like rigid hair follicles is
Yeah.
what they're more like than like an actual like spike or a needle, but you can collect as many of them as you want.
Jeez, excuse me.
Right on. Alright.
Rodeo pisses his pants.
Yep. Classic.
And drinks it.
I'm kind of thirsty.
I'm thirsty. I'm thirsty.
It only works once.
Till us out.
Oh, that's not what I want.
I guess I just don't understand why these dice are their case is so elaborate.
Those are one of the ones Becky brought.
Yeah.
Because it's fancy, that's why.
Trying to shoot some dice.
Everybody's basically just camping right now, Steiner, so if there's something you wanted to do at night, now it would be the time.
Some craps and those little playable bed.
I do probably.
Doing that shit all the time in shop.
Do we have like a fire going or anything, or are we just kind of going no fire?
It appears that there is a fire.
Okay, I'm gonna try and cook that cactus pad in it and see what happens.
Okay.
Did I have any, after tasting whatever was in the cactus pad, did I have any sort of reaction to it?
I didn't think so.
Okay.
Busted.
Alright, you guys all basically begin to settle in. Throwing that little cactus pad like just onto the fire, or like in like a little pan, or
I guess I should. I'll just.
like on a stick. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll try to find like a stick of some
Yeah,
kind
there's
and
a lot
just
of dead random branches and shit that blow around. You
Okay.
can find a like sturdy enough one.
And I'll just kind of
Yeah.
roast it like a marshmallow.
You can see a lot of the like external, like rigid skin of it kind of cracks a little bit before it like burns and kind of chars. You can hear this like sizzle. It's just basically smokes quite a bit too. Like the more that you have it on there, it starts to like get more smoky and like not actually like cooking. Almost like if you were like burn wet wood in a way. Like it's not catching fire, it's just smoking a lot. Doesn't really smell much of like anything. It smells like burning like leaves or grass or something. You can see little portions of it, like where there might be like little holes or at the bottom part where that area you stuck it in is. It's kind of like bubbling a little bit, like something's boiling.
Okay, I'll take it off though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it?
Hot water.
Yeah, you take a bite, it instantly kind of like burns your tongue. You can see a lot of water just start to like pour out of the top part of it.
Okay, I think these plants store water in some way. Pretty sure it's mostly just water.
I don't know if you knew this. Most plants store water.
News to me.
You mean more than that normal amount though?
I'll just like squeeze it.
Yeah, a good amount comes out.
Okay. I see what you mean.
The problem is these spiny things on them though.
Yeah.
It takes a while to peel all the little pricklies off.
It's a defense mechanism for the plant.
Well, it doesn't help me get water.
Well, they want the water. They don't want you to have the water.
No.
Do you think there's a lot of water for these plants out here in this sandy oasis
Enough for
thing?
them to store all that water in.
Well, they get it from.
That's probably why they store it. So they.
You think they get it from the water right next to us?
So, I don't know.
I think
It's
they-
pretty far off the water.
I
I
think
don't
they
know.
grow legs and walk over to it.
I've never seen that yet.
Watch it tonight and see if
It's the cactus. It's the cactus guy from
You're like,
Mario.
wasn't it like this and not like this?
He's like,
He's wearing a sombrero.
Just a little mustache.
I don't remember it doing all that. I think also, can we see the ocean from here?
Yep, you guys are like on the
the
beach,
ocean,
Okay.
camped. Yeah.
I'll probably just spend a lot of time, like just staring at it and looking for anything and just kind of being lost in it.
You can see sitting on the beach, basically doing the same as you were thinking to do it. Olga is just there sitting at it, staring at the ocean.
Okay, I'll walk up and sit next to her.
You kind of sit down and look. As you sit down and kind of put your hands like there, like at your side or wherever, you feel her hand kind of like reach over and put it on top of yours.
It's crazy, huh?
You think they're out there?
I think so.
Me too.
It's like I'm drawn to it.
Yeah, you can almost feel it.
Mm-hmm. I got you this, and I hand her a seashell. If you put your ear up to it, you can hear something.
Grabs it.
I use prestidigitation and it farts.
She's laughing for sure. Like just holding the seashell. Greta takes it to her chest and holds it before she just like tucks it into the bag.
What did you think you would eat?
Oh man, that's terrific. Holy shit. Wow.
Well, we don't have the internet. It's got to be the first YouTube prankster.
Ooh, colossal fool. I got you. I did get that for you.
Yeah, I figured as much. I'll hold on to it. It's not gonna make that noise every time I do that, is it?
One way to find out.
He grabs it again. I think I'll just hold on to it instead of trying to listen to it.
I almost don't want to explore the land.
I agree. As rough as that was out there, I enjoyed the thrill of it. Felt like I was somewhere I kind of belonged in a way.
Yeah.
I've always liked being by the water.
Me too.
Catalan's not as in touch with the water as, Skalavik and Feldby are. We have walls up and it's almost like a little city in a way. Feels like there's something always between us and the river.
I can understand that. I don't know how I'm gonna go back knowing this is here.
Maybe one day something like this will be home instead.
That would be
Feldby
cool.
itself gets more and more cramped every year. At some point we're gonna run out of room for everyone.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why we're here. To find somewhere else for our people to go.
It is a fair bit warmer here.
I don't know how much further I'd want to go that way though. She looks towards like all the sand and shit behind her.
Yeah, there's big things out there, big pyramid things.
Like buildings.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
And I think there were roads connecting them. So we might find some more people here.
Well,
But why anybody would choose to build in this place is beyond me.
I'm not sure. Fucking dingo, dude.
Back off!
Fucking dingo.
It's my jerky.
Something's out with the lighting on their camera. It like keeps going.
Yeah, it does that a lot.
It's like an auto sensitivity thing.
I don't know
I'm
why.
assuming.
I've tried to mess with that camera too to like fix that, and I didn't know if it was like a zoom something, and I was adjusting the lights, but yeah, it does.
Yeah, it's like,
I don't know why it does
Weird.
that. I don't know if I
kind of
can.
like flash on the corner of my eye. Like, what the fuck?
Speaking of the bark of the dog, are there any animals out here other than maybe birds flying around?
The only thing you've really seen is like seagulls.
The crab you threw is on the beach. He's pissed.
I'm sad about that crab.
Yeah.
I should have made it my pet.
Yeah.
Could have been like a pirate with a pet crab
Yeah.
hanging out on my shoulder.
But no, it's really not.
It's not too late to
He's
find
dead.
another crab. He's not dead!
He threw him into the water.
You snapped his shell and threw him
Have
in
you
the
ever
water.
seen how crabbers and lobsters handle those things?
Yeah.
They just like fucking yeet them back into the water.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I did. He's
I have
fine.
videos where they do that.
That was a
You just
soft
hear,
shell crab.
They like voice it over.
I've been killed.
Someone's like, "Ah, fuck."
They just sink all the way back down to the bottom, and then they go about their lives.
Soft shell.
There is
Give 'em a
not
tiny sword.
anything other than seagulls.
Okay.
And those are basically gone now because the sun is going down.
Yeah, I was just trying to think if I could turn into something to scout around the area that would not. Sandworm?
Tremor?
And I'm not level 8, so I can't turn into a bird.
Yeah.
If I make it that far.
Good for us, we're turning level 8.
Next December.
Next is.
You know.
Alright.
You guys see anything up there?
Well, I saw a strange structure in the distance. Steiner said he saw a bunch of them. 4 triangles. There were like 4 triangles.
How'd you know there's 4?
It was an estimated guess.
Oh, okay.
Unless it's like a weird 3 triangle thing, because we
Well,
can't
what if
see
you,
the back.
what if you're only looking at the front, so you only saw 2 triangles, you know, and then you're like just assuming what's just flat back there.
Could be. I said he was weird when he said 4 triangles.
He's a weird guy.
In what way? Dead to rights.
But I think that might be the way to go.
Oh, people lived over there or something?
I mean, I don't think they just show up out of nowhere. I didn't see any people though.
It was like the middle of the day. I don't know.
Well, I'm guessing as soon as we get away from the water, it's going to get really hot. So,
Yeah.
I wonder if they live inside those structures.
Like,
So there
could
could be.
like night people that come out at night.
Maybe. We could go up there ourselves right now and see if we see anything.
I probably wouldn't advise it. It sucked walking up that hill.
I'm still fucking tired from the fucking journey.
Well,
Kane has nothing but pants on, by the way.
that's fine.
I'm just for everyone's.
Good.
Or not.
Bro Deer doesn't even have pants on, so.
Fully nude.
And he still managed to piss his pants, so.
On his pants.
He pissed on his pants.
Hey guys, I found a smell. Ah!
Tied the legs off and just pees into them like a container.
All water skin.
Yeah, it's just a water skin.
It's like bear
Piss skin.
grills.
Imagining Brody as Bear Grylls. It's funny.
He gets a rope, he ties 2 of them together, hangs around his neck. His piss pouches.
This'll keep you warm. This is cool.
2 warm pouches.
It's a water pillow.
If you had to estimate how far out do you think those triangle structures were?
Hours,
Days.
maybe days.
It's gonna be rough.
Well, someone should keep an eye out. Or rotate
Yeah.
in case something comes our way from over there.
I don't need much sleep, so.
There goes bragging
Do dolphins have a stat block? What's their CR?
I'll tell you in a second. You trying to shit that swims?
Yeah, I can.
You want to go into the ocean at night? That's probably the scariest thing ever.
If I'm a dolphin, I'll be fine. If something comes near me, I'll just rape it. It'll be great.
Oh no!
That's crazy to say.
That's what dolphins do, man!
That's crazy to say.
I've got
You can't put Bigfoot on the registry, but you can.
I'll turn into a dolphin.
okay. You have a 60-foot swim speed, 11 hit points.
He's
and
like 100
your
feet from
AC
the
is
water.
12.
Okay. I actually have my full HP
Oh, I just
because of the way that it fucking, I don't know, it's stupid. I don't like the new wild shape. But I'm a dolphin.
you can hold your breath for 20 minutes.
Good thing it's going to take us that long to roll you to the water because you transformed.
I walked over to the water first, okay?
What the fuck is he saying? Are these happy or sad sounds?
Just piss on him to hydrate him.
Yeah. I got you.
I'm just gonna kind of go up and down the coast a few times over the course of the next several hours and just make sure nothing's coming up. I don't notice anything. You know, kind of go into the water, check the water out, come out, check the coastline out. Dolphins can ride on the water, dude.
Yeah, they ride.
I'm talking about. They got the motion down pat, man.
Alright, kind of dropping into the water. Everything else is muffled out. as you start to just kind of like swim about as fast as you can, and then also slowing down to like look around, you see a good amount of like random fish. There are, other than like those fish, not really a whole lot like in this area. Don't really go down like too deep by any means, just enough to kind of see the general surroundings of the actual like little cove that you're in. It seems pretty, I don't want to say like barren, but there's really not a lot over in this area. You kind of get up and swim around. You start to realize like how vast and mysterious like the body of water itself is, because like you're expecting like when you swim down a little bit to eventually like see a bottom or something, and it's just more deep blue that turns into just like darkness. It's a little eerie, and you stay away from it and just kind of make your way back up toward the top, because you get to a point where like you're almost starting to lose like the ability to see the top of the water, so you just like stay in that comfort area. It's more of like a comfort thing, like you're not trying to just dive down deep for no reason, so you're just staying kind of close to the surface, but far enough down to where like you can get a good peek of the surroundings of things around you. Getting a little closer like towards the shoreline itself, it's pretty much the same. There's just a lot of very, very wide open beach areas with no vegetation, sand fucking everywhere. The water itself has different varying like depths as far as like how close to the shore it is, but you feel pretty confident like that the area near the shore is pretty safe. Going into the river itself a little bit, even, there's a lot more fish in that area, but still nothing as far as like any sort of wildlife or people or signs of structures or whatever it may be. Can't really see anything to the far other side of the river, as it took you guys a few hours just to fully like cross and get over here. But everything on that water side and everything seems safe, and not a whole lot going on in it.
Keep your fins to yourself.
If I could get to where you're sleeping with my fins.
He is only in pants right now.
He's the excess, baby. Let's go.
Those are his anti-dolphin pants. Extremely rigid.
All right.
Cover yourself in cactus spines.
Genius.
After a few hours, I'll probably go wake him up, since he doesn't need very much sleep.
Yeah.
I don't either, but I should brag about it.
He's like,
I'm just kidding.
I don't need any sleep, actually.
I only need like 4 hours or something.
Same.
All right.
same. I want to have a bad time.
I wonder if Jared's an elf.
What?
I wonder if Jared's an elf.
Yeah.
He only needs a couple hours of sleep.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's true.
No, because he sleeps like 16 hours.
Yeah.
He just stores it up.
Yeah.
He sleeps 16 hours and then he doesn't sleep for a couple days.
Instead of sleeping for 8 hours every 24 hours,
Yeah.
he sleeps for
every
16
48.
hours.
Every other day.
He's just built different.
I had a buddy who actually like legitimately would do that.
Sounds terrible.
Sounds like I would just not be able to function. I would rather sleep for just, I think I do better when I sleep for like 4 or 5 hours, as opposed to like sleeping a long time.
My optimal's like 6 or 7 hours. But I never get 6 or 7 hours of sleep. So.
Like I do.
All right, you guys rest for the night. It's kind of like the mode that everybody's in right now. Like it's not like, okay, everyone, it's time to go to bed, you know, like, and then everybody goes to sleep. Like, some people are up, you know, drinking, eating, doing whatever. Some people are resting. You're kind of waking up periodically throughout the night. It's not like this very hard set, like, you go to sleep and then you're asleep for 8 hours and then you wake up and the day begins. Like, you're kind of like throughout the night, maybe just being in a new place and not being super comfortable. Like, you kind of have broken sleep a little bit. You can hear people on the outside near the fire, like talking and communicating. You know, Boar and whoever else, basically everybody else, does like some walks around every now and then, like looking about. So you feel like secure at least, and knowing that you're not gonna get like surprised by anything. However, like, you're still not super comfortable in a new place. So like, you find yourself like throughout the night, like waking up and maybe coming out of your tent and like walking around and doing things. Randomly, food is like just kind of around too. You know, you can see people like fishing on the beach and like walking through with spears or something as well, and just like getting fish and just starting to like cook it over the fire. Like, there is, you know, everybody is useful. You know, like, people are doing stuff. It's not just like this very straightforward thing where people are just there and then one person's taking guard. Like, it's alive. Like, people are moving around, tending to the fire, keeping an eye out, cooking things, talking with one another. Kane. Make a perception check for me.
Got this.
That's my tactical mind. 13.
13? Okay. Not really sure, like, how long you had slept, but you feel at least, like, rested enough. Kind of get up, and you can see people up and about, like, throughout the camp. A lot of people are also sleeping, though. You know, Sigurd's up, you're up. You can see Lauf is kind of over by the fire with what appears to be just like a fish on a stick, and he's just like holding it over the fire, kind of cooking it a little bit, taking it every now and then and like pulling pieces off of it as he's cooking it a little more and like eating it more. And then you also see over where Jarl Gorndal's tent is. You can see him as well as Boar and Fjoldir sitting together in front of the tent. The conversation itself appears to be private, and you can kind of see their eyes looking around and then watching their volume.
I tried to like make eye contact with Sigurd.
Yeah.
I mean, just gonna like nod over to where their tent is.
You watch him kind of, once you guys kind of lock eyes for a moment, he gestures over toward Jarl Gorndal in front of his tent, where you can see him, Boar, and Fjoldir, all three kind of communicating with one another. And they just seem a little shifty in a way. They don't appear like, you're not like super worried, it's just odd. Like their eyes are kind of like looking around and like they're talking to each other, and then you can see that they're like not really whispering, but they're not just like talking casually, like they're kind of watching their volume in a way.
What did you say it was? The other two?
Boar and Fjoldir. Fjoldir is the halfling individual. Those are the three that were from Gatland. Steiner, I will also say that your tent opens in the middle of the night, and Olga makes her way in.
Not me. Not me.
All right.
Alright.
My man.
nice to make them look over here to see that we were looking over there. So when Sigrid looks at me again, I shrug my shoulders. It's still like kind of the middle of the night, or the sun's starting to peek up.
It's still
You gonna
pretty
try
dark.
to hear what they're saying? I don't have anything for them. My perception's terrible.
It's alright.
I have high
I'm gonna walk
perception.
towards the water, but like kind of at an angle towards their tent. Not like I'm walking towards the tent, just kind of like I'm walking to the water.
Mm.
When I get there, I'm just gonna like splash water up in my face or whatever. But try to listen in. If they continue to talk while I'm a little closer.
As you get a little closer, not like super close. Essentially, like you guys have like the beach, and then like his tent's kind of set up here, and then like the tent underneath that looks like it might be boars, and then there's another one on the other side that's fuel deers. So there's kind of like three that are set up to where like when you get over toward the water, you can still kind of see them a little bit. And you can definitely tell one of them, like, at least it can feel eyes on you almost.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, as you're sitting here and kind of looking, like, there's another tent that's, like, kind of here that butts up kind of close to that one. At least close enough. It's, like, probably, like, 20 feet behind you, too. So, like, they're, like, a good maybe 30 or so feet in a way to where, like, you can't hear what they're saying, but you can hear, like, the very, very low tones of, like, them having conversation back and forth. But you just can't pick it up because you're just not close enough. And to like try to get like obviously closer from here probably wouldn't do you much good. But like I said, there's kind of a tent there, and like his tent, like where they're actually sitting, is a little bit on the other side of that one.
I'm not that stealthy. I don't even make like eye contact. I like look in their direction at all. Just get down, splash some water up, do like a stretch. Maybe look out into the water for a minute. Look like I'm just pondering. And kind of make my way back.
Once you like look in, you said like you look in their direction
No,
quick once
not
or
the
not?
water. I don't
Okay.
even look at them at all.
Got it. Never mind. All right.
I'll, like when I walk back to the tent, I'll like with my back to them. I'll like walk around Sigrid.
Okay.
Didn't hear anything, but felt like they were watching me.
I don't know. Maybe they were talking about things back at home, but I don't feel like we should have any reason not to trust them.
Between you and me, you all want me to keep eyes on them.
I mean, if you feel like that they might pose a threat at some point, I'd say sure, but
I don't know, maybe just the way he spoke of it just made me a little extra cautious of people who are not our own. So,
I mean, we'll keep our wits about us, but
yeah.
I don't think we should go condemning anyone yet.
You're right. Guess I'm just being in a new land,
Yeah.
so.
I think what we need to focus on is him. And I look over towards Brodeer.
He's fully wolfed down. Is Brody struggling to sleep?
Doesn't appear to be.
So they're cleaning his fur.
Yeah, he's
Like, butter just does that. Don't worry about it.
I need to figure
Sure
out
we
what.
don't get caught up in all our own troubles while we're exploring new lands here.
I know. I mean, if it came down to it, I mean, if we have to pick someone to protect, we protect our own.
I completely agree. I feel like we need to come up with a way to potentially restrain him if he starts to go berserk again.
I don't have much in my toolkit. I don't know, maybe Steiner knows of a sleep potion or something.
I got something that can knock him out. That's right. Might be permanent, might not be permanent. Who knows?
Oh,
Power word coma.
Yeah. Drink that.
Powered come, dude.
Wow.
Call the cops. What a weird spell, dude.
there's,
So sticky.
A lot of healing.
hopefully Steiner has some, because I don't think I have the tools here to fasten anything physically that could hold him down.
Yeah.
I have the spell hold person.
Is he a person at that point?
Oh no.
What's it resisted by?
Let me check.
Wisdom?
I think so.
That Constitution.
Oh, it's a card.
Charisma.
Is it?
I think.
Yeah, because it's like a mental
Oh, it's
effect.
Oh, this was.
It's wisdom. If I cast it at 3rd level, I can do it to 2 people at once.
Whoa.
Well,
Just for funsies.
That might be good in case we're.
I need a small piece of
What you
iron.
doing to me, dude? What the fuck?
I need a small piece of iron.
He's probably not.
I'm not allowed to wear metals, so
no, well,
it's part of the new druid. It says that they will not wear armor that is made out of metal.
Can you carry like a
That's armor.
small iron knife or like a
Yeah.
flint rod or something?
Yeah, I could probably do that.
you're not wearing armor, you're just wearing.
Yeah, but I was just thinking,
A
like, I just
pendant.
don't have anything on me, so
Can you carry a shield?
yeah.
Maybe pendant.
Well,
Probably. Because I don't think this is one that consumes it either.
You just need it as
Yeah.
a focus.
It doesn't consume it, so.
I'm trying to get some rest again.
Alright.
It's pretty spotty all night.
Yeah, I feel like that's gonna be how it's gonna be for a while now.
Yeah.
I have to get used to all this new stuff.
Spent my whole life pretty much in the village.
So should I
New lands with different
prepare
people.
this?
That's up to you.
Hopefully we encounter something to make this trip worth it.
Prepare to speak with plants.
I don't
So we
wanna
can
come
act the
back
cactus.
empty-handed.
What's good?
I knocked a
Me
part of the
neither.
cactus off. Maybe don't talk to the one that I smacked.
I'm gonna say, hey cactus, have you seen anything lately? He'll be like, this fucking asshole came over here and whacked me.
His dickhead with a mohawk.
Hit my arm off, dude.
I only got one left. It's gonna take so long to grow back now.
At least he didn't hit the one underneath that.
Good thing I'm left-handed.
Oh, my dick! We're all just standing there and just like the cactus just chilling there. Just screaming.
That thing. I have prepared hold person for the upcoming day.
Nice.
Old person.
Can you upcast it?
I can. It's a 2nd level and I have 3rd level spell slots. So I could hold 2 people.
Wow.
I don't know why we're doing that though. I
missed that part of the conversation.
I don't know either. I wasn't
Yeah.
present for that part of the conversation.
You might be big enough to count as 2 people.
If Brodeer goes berserk.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh, okay. Well, I still want to try the idea I had the last time, which is cast Moonlight on him, because it's supposed to force him out of his transformation.
Gotcha.
But if the moonlight is what makes him transform, you know, it's weird. But the spell says that it doesn't,
Right,
so.
right. Maybe it's some sort of thing that'll cancel it out.
You unlock phase 2.
He
Double
powers up.
Wolf to bear. Shit.
If the on a failed save, a creature takes 2d10 radiant damage, and if the creature is shapeshifted as the result of the polymorph spell, for example, it reverts to its true form and can't shapeshift until it leaves the cylinder. So you just put him in the circle, and then every time he moves, he transforms, and then move the circle over him again, and then he goes back to
That's gotta be really painful.
Well, at some point he'll stop
Here's
moving.
bones
He'll figure it
just
out.
snapping all the time.
He's got like an arm not in the moonlight, it's just deformed.
You just don't look the same anymore. Ever since that movie.
All right. The night goes through without a hitch, and you guys rest up, restoring everything that would have been used. You prepare your spells for the day if you need to. Anything else you need to prepare, do so now. Day drama.
Does anyone see Olka coming out of our boy's tent in the morning?
Oh yeah, she's not hiding it by any means.
That brings it down to 14.
What's that?
What?
What's happening?
Oh, I always cast Mage Armor on myself in the morning, so I
Oh.
have to roll for Wild Magic Surge, and every time I succeed, the number goes down by 1. So I
Alrighty.
have more of a chance of Wild Magic Surge.
You guys are up, and you can see the Jarl as well is up and seems to have prepared his pack, as well as Boar and Fuel Deer.
Man, I never slept so good, guys.
Yeah, you got a real good workout yesterday, huh?
Yeah, it was a lot of rowing, I'll tell you that much.
Stroking those paddles through the water, huh?
That's not how I might have phrased it. Sure. I'm excited to go see those 4 triangles.
As you guys are kind of up and gathering. Alright. Let's see here. Lauf, Darren, Olga. The 3 of you stay here.
It's crazy, 3 of his own people.
I, Boar, Fuel Deer, and the Bone Cloaks will head to these structures. See what they are.
Can I make an insight check to how he said the bone cloaks?
Sure.
I feel
The
like it was a little
Bone.
maybe not malicious, but like it was like something.
Talking
Those
down
dumb
on us.
Boner cloakers.
16 plus 3, 19.
Bone clue.
Actually, really good insight, actually.
I spit on me bone.
He's not really like a hard individual to read by any means.
Okay.
You really don't think he's hiding anything. He doesn't
Not
seem
hiding
like he's
anything,
got
okay.
anything like hidden agenda wise by the way that he says bone cloaks. You think you might just be looking into it.
Gotcha.
We'll head towards the pyramids, and as he's doing that,
Is
Olga
that what
actually
they are?
stands up. I'll be going with you. He kind of looks for a moment at her. I feel that at least somebody from Feldby should be going as well. You all can't sit here and just wait around till you get back.
Makes sense.
Fair enough. Fuel Deer, you stay behind.
Yeah, he's the logical choice.
He's a gnome.
While he was like being spoken to, he was basically like sitting up against like a pack by the fire that's kind of dulled out at this point, holding the loot, and he just kind of gives like a thumbs up. I'd say give us 2 or 3 days at best. If we don't return by then, either come looking or head home. Understood?
Understood.
Is that alright with you, or would some of you like to stay?
No, I want to go.
Works for me.
Very good. Let's make a move then. Gather up what you need and we'll head that way.
So I'm not gonna put all my clothes back on. I'm just gonna put like an undershirt on over the, so the armor's not skin
Oh,
right
God.
on my skin.
Hot steel
Yeah.
of your skin.
Yeah, I think I'll go. I'll just like I don't know, dip like a cloth in the water and tie it around my head.
Okay.
It's gonna dehydrate you with salt water. I don't care.
I want it down.
I use the cactus water.
Your buddy's screaming over there now. That was my dick.
I'm not talking to that one.
It's mutilating me again. No. Don't let him hurt me. Don't let him hurt me.
Gotta stay cool.
A tear rolls down your face.
You said those have water in them.
Mm-hmm.
Boar kind of looks over at it.
Just gonna see if he touches it.
Jarl just kind of like nods at him. He walks over with the axe and just kind of starts like cutting chunks of it off, like kind of breaking it up.
Wait, there's a better way to do that. If you just chop the thing down, it's dead, and then it'll never produce water ever again.
You're right about that.
Just starts taking the chunks of it. There's water fucking dripping out of it. He just starts taking it, like filling up like as much as he can in a water skin. He's like fucking shaking his hand off too, and like just
Maybe I
filling
should-
up water.
Maybe I should have told him about the spines.
Takes it and just kind of like ties it. As everybody's just kind of already walking away as he's doing that. You can see him walking up and just like pulling fucking little things out of his hand for a good bit of
It's
time.
like fiberglass.
It's gonna make your hand itchy. Know that from experience.
Alrighty.
Corndall leading.
Yes.
I'll be in the front with him.
Right. Essentially, it is Jarl and Boar. Boar kind of catches up and eventually starts to try to make his way up toward the front, like walking a little faster, making their way up and kind of walking. As you're walking, it feels like you're almost getting nowhere sometimes because the scenery just like doesn't really change, and it's really hot, and your legs are sore. It gets to a point where, like, in the distance, you can slowly start to like make out the pyramids, and Steiner kind of points it out, as well as Sigurd, having seen it already. It's not easy walking. You feel yourself just constantly wanting to drink water. And you can see Boar is basically doing that. Like, he's just like undoing the water skin and just like slamming water over and over again, tying it and closing it, putting it back, taking it, kind of dumping it on his head a little bit, like pushing it down like the bald area of his head. You can feel the sun just kind of beating down, and those areas of your skin where it's like beating down on, you can feel the heat just intensely in those spots. Looking around at everybody, for those that are like human complected for the most part, like you don't have like some sort of greenish skin or like the gray that like the Goliath does. Like, you are pale as hell normally because of the environment in which you live in. Like you do see the sun, you get the sun, but its intensity is not of that would cause you to have like a darker complexion by any means, or like even being tan. Like you guys are very, very fair complected, and the sun is not your friend when like in this environment. Like maybe 4 or 5 hours of walking, and you start to look, and you are just like beet red in spots, and you start to kind of cover those areas up with like what you can. Some of it is even like having to be fur clothing because it's what you have. So it's kind of like this choice of, you know, do I let my skin get torn up by this or endure the heat and just kind of bear through it? But a good day of like traveling it's hard. The sand kind of isn't like a solid platform to walk on because it kind of like just constantly slips underneath you as you're walking in it. Your feet kind of come out from under you every now and then, and it's not like you're falling and plummeting in anything, but your feet coming out from underneath you is like uncomfortable. You can constantly feel yourselves not like sinking into the sand, but like as you're walking in it, there's like this constant like you're having to lift your feet a little bit because if you drag them, you just feel sand just burying into your shoes and whatever else it may be, and you feel sand basically everywhere in your body for the most part. Like from when you woke up, like you have like some sort of surface to your bedroll, but like for moving around and shifting in it, it just somehow permeates through things and finds its way everywhere. Everything feels gritty, everything feels hot, and then it starts to feel sticky from the humidity, like not the humidity, but like the heat and you sweating. It gets to a point where like the sweat eventually on your body, like in some spots, like you feel like you should just be drenched and covered in it, but the heat is like burning it up so fast that it's just dissipating and going away. You are having to drink water. It is something that you need to do every now and then, but you find yourselves like Boar basically goes through in that one day like everything he cut down and out from that cactus to where like he realizes like, oh fuck, I should have probably saved that a little bit. Like even though you can see that pyramid in the distance, it doesn't seem close. Like it's a hard travel like to get to there.
The worst part is we're gonna do this whole journey again on the way back.
Yeah, thinking about it, actually, we're a ways through the day now, but maybe it would be smarter to rest during the day and travel at night when it's cool.
It's a little too late for that now, don't you think?
Well, no, not necessarily.
You just want to stop right here, no protection.
I mean, how much protection did we really have on the beach?
We had our tents.
So, a bear doesn't care about a tent.
Did not.
I just meant from the sun, not from animals.
If I lay down to rest, we're gonna get fucking roasted.
I guess so, yeah. Maybe if we can find a shelter somewhere in here.
I do agree with the idea of traveling at night, though.
Well, it's just another problem to solve. I'll try to keep my eyes peeled for anywhere we might be able to take shelter, like
Go to like
under like a rocky outcropping or I don't know, something. Maybe it's all just sand.
go to like a chest mount armor. Like burn my hand.
Yeah.
Oh fuck. Man, shit's fucking hot. Trying to fucking mind over matter.
Mm-hmm. Looking around, everybody basically doing it too. Shade is non-existent. Don't really see it anywhere. Most of what you're walking through right now is kind of flat deserts with random like hills. Where the sun kind of is at this point in the day, you're not really getting any of those hills to cast shadows to the other side. It does get to a point as you are walking where the heat is kind of starting to like mess with you a lot. It's not that it's causing you to like hallucinate or anything in that sense. It's more of just how frustrating and annoying it is and inescapable it feels. The heat just kind of constantly beating down. You don't feel like you're gonna just like run out of water by any means. You guys probably brought a little bit extra and are like a little prepared for that. But I will definitely say, shit, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself either. You guys brought animals along with you?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
so,
true.
like, that's a choice that you guys could have made prior to going. Like, if you would have wanted to, like, bring one with a cart and some things on it, that would be up to you guys.
I don't know how well the horses would even be able to traverse the sand.
Right.
So, realistically, I think that would probably just slow us down a lot and not provide much benefit.
Got it.
I do have create and destroy water. I can make 10 gallons at a time.
Oh, yeah, then you're...
Bring it. I brought my bucket.
All I need is water and some sand, and I can make more water. So,
Okay. Yeah, so you guys, yeah, definitely, like, with that, you should be more than
I think it's a level 1 spell.
Might be 2.
no, it's a level 1.
Oh.
Yep.
Maybe I'm thinking of create food and water.
Yeah, or that's like,
Level 2 or 3.
Yeah.
That's a good one. Maybe it's not even a spell. No,
Those
yeah,
spells just make it, like, easier from, like, a perspective of not having to manage so many things going on.
yeah. So I'll have that.
Perfect.
Yeah, I think I probably would have packed at least a.
So you guys know that at least you're not going to die of dehydration by any means out here. You kind of get to a point where, like, everybody, like, towards the end of this day, and it's kind of cooling off. Like, the sun has started to go down a bit, but it's still hot. Like, you guys experiencing this desert, like, near the beach at night, it wasn't like, I know the desert, like, gets super cold at night or anything like that, but it really doesn't get much different as far as temperature goes, like, as far as we're concerned with this desert here. It's definitely way cooler. It's way more manageable. You can kind of fight the heat a lot better by staying hydrated and, you know, the sun not constantly beating down on you. The worst part of it really is, like, all of that exposed, like, skin, like, to the sun, reddening and kind of even blistering up a little bit in some spots. You can see Boar, like, basically down the whole, like, back of his head and neck has just, like, blisters and such on it. He's at some point taken, like, a bit of cloth and, like, put it up over his head. Brodier probably has the same, where he's got, like, his large, what would that thing be called?
Satchel?
No, it's like a sash, basically, that he has. Could, like, take that off and, like, put it up over his head or, like, up over his shoulders, to where it's kind of like a cloak in a way, not fully getting his back, but at least enough to, like, cover him up good. And everybody is doing this. Like, everybody is kind of sheltering their head and face, because you can just feel, like, on your forehead and, like, the back of your neck, your ears, like, your hands, everything just feels hot, like it's burning up intensely. Toward that night, once nighttime kind of approaches, it's up to you guys if you want to push on through the night, or if you want to wait here, or whatever you want to do.
Well, I was thinking it might be smarter to go during the night, but the problem is if we sit still during the day, we're gonna roast alive.
How much further do we think?
I got any idea from here?
It's definitely getting closer.
At least
I mean, you
a couple
probably-
days.
Yeah, you've got like a good like to that second like pyramid, you're probably looking at like a couple of days. But that first one, I mean, you probably have 5 hours or less of travel
Oh,
to actually get
Maybe
to it.
actually, I don't know, a couple hours? Half a day? Do we think it's worth putting through the night? We might get there pretty exhausted.
I think I'd rather take some more exhaustion than the roast even more.
That's a good point.
Have you seen my skin?
It's toasty for sure.
I'm about as white as snow normally.
Yeah.
Now yours
Is there
is
nothing
fire.
out east and west?
It's just kind of like small little like hills of sand. But as far as like structure or anything goes, nothing. It's just those pyramids off in the distance.
I'm all for continuing then. I think it's the right move.
All right, let's not delay then. Let's keep moving.
Maybe we'll find one.
Pushing forward, it's really not like the exhaustion of being tired. It's just the exhaustion of like that sun and heat constantly fighting you all day. I know that there's a new set of rules as far as exhaustion is concerned.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I don't know if that's in your guys' or
It'll probably be in here. Maybe at the beginning.
Exhaustion condition 366.
Well, that's even further
All
than
the way at the
spells.
end.
Condition is cumulative. Each time you receive it, you gain one condition exhaustion level. You die if your exhaustion is 6. When you make a d20 test, your level is reduced by 2 times your exhaustion level. Your speed is reduced by 5 times your exhaustion level. And when you do that-
Finishing a long rest removes 1 level.
Definitely seems more punishing.
It does.
There's a dehydration hazard. It tells you how much water you need to drink. We all need about 1 gallon per day.
Well, I think you can make up to 10, so it should be.
Yeah, I can make 10.
That should cover most of it.
Because we're all medium, right?
Gargantuan 64 gallons of water.
That's a fuck ton of water, dude.
It's a small amount. I mean, it's not.
it's not much different.
I think
Well-
this speed reduction is something new, right?
Yeah.
No, it's always been there.
Oh.
Well,
Well.
the D20 tests, your rolls are two times.
Yeah, it used to be every exhaustion level was just a different effect. Now
Yeah,
it's
if
just
we're only
you
at
have
1,
condition
Just
points and it
across the
affects
board.
everything, yeah.
If we're only at 1, though, we're only at a -2. Which could be pretty
But how?
detrimental,
When do we gain exhaustion? If we? That's like if we go 24 hours without a rest or something, like a long rest.
It just all it's like all
Whoever
discretionary.
exerts yourself.
Oh, okay.
Like I've had it before where like you guys have gone beyond like your like a really long travel and it's like well you're not like just exhausted, you're just fucking a little tired, you know.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like it doesn't have to be. But when you start adding in all the heat and all that shit and pushing through that, that's when it starts to get exhausting. Okay, so the new rules are basically what?
1 point equals -2 across all D20 checks.
Okay.
Minus 5 feet of movement.
Well, it's 2 times your exhaustion level minus, or subtracted, and then minus 5 feet movement, yeah. So at 2 points, it'd be -4 to all D20 checks.
And -10 to your speed.
It compounds?
Yeah,
it looks like it
for
five
speed.
times
your
your exhaustion.
exhaustion.
Well, I mean, I guess that makes sense why at 6 you're just cooked, because you can't move.
5 is
I
25.
think it's a lot more. I don't know. It feels like a lot more realistic for how exhaustion works that way.
Yeah, you're just bad at everything.
You just get worse and worse until you're dead.
The old exhaustion was, I don't know, I had 1, whatever.
Does it have like a
2,
like a save on there associated with it, or is it just
No.
say
Just
how
complete
it
a
works?
long
I think
rest.
it's-
Long
yeah,
rest
this
is minus 1 point.
Because the way that this is kind of written, it almost just seems like you just gain it and you can't resist it. But I don't think that that's how I
I
would
mean-
like to do it.
Yeah, but if you had to
That's up to you.
Yeah. All right. Let's have everybody just make a con save.
I don't think I get it unless it's spell related for Warcaster.
Well,
I'm gonna spend my Tides of Chaos. Reroll.
I got a 23.
That's not bad.
4. Okay, 4. You got 4.
That's
Oh,
including-
natural 1?
No, we got a 2.
Oh, he's got, I think, plus 3.
No, he's got only +2.
I thought he was proficient.
Should
Oh,
be
he
proficient
is.
in con.
You're right.
So
Seven.
+5, at least.
Yeah, so he's at 7.
I'm at 19,
20.
21.
but I used my Tides of Chaos.
23.
And Brodier got what?
7.
7. Okay. Brodier takes a point of exhaustion, as well as Olga.
But he drinks his own piss.
Wait
2
a
points of
minute.
exhaustion.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. I'd give him 3.
Bear Grylls does it. That guy can survive pretty well.
When he's got a camera crew following him.
Whoa, they're not supposed to interfere. They're just gonna record it live and he dies and not do anything
They
about
definitely
it.
don't give him Cliff Bars and stuff.
Come here. I just found this moose. It looks like it's been dead for 3 weeks. I'm gonna eat it.
Okay, buddy. Okay.
Cuts to like he's got a
He has a-
T-bone steak on the
I was
plate.
gonna say he's got a perfect T-bone.
Yeah.
Look at this beautiful steak I got.
Medium
I caught this salmon. I also found this wood plank in the forest.
Yeah, there's like a save for all, I think, the different hazards, like malnutrition. If you consume less than half the amount of food you need for a day, you make a con save or gain 1 exhaustion.
Jesus.
Is there something for heat?
Yeah, dehydration, I think.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
It just doesn't. It
If
just
you
doesn't.
just drink less than half of the water you need, it's just 1 exhaustion, you make a save.
But-
So if you drink less than half a gallon,
Oh wait, for that one there's a save?
for the hunger one there is.
Oh.
But if you go 5 days without eating, you just gain it every day.
Oh.
5 days without food.
That's a long
Oh,
time.
burning. There's one for burning? That's probably what we're going through.
That
No,
may
wait,
be
that's
for,
when it's more like
that
you're
may
on
be
fire.
for fire.
I'm
Yeah.
burning.
No, we just take 1d4 fire damage at the start of each of our turns as we're walking through the desert.
Oh, cool. We're dead.
But you can stop, drop, and roll to extinguish the fire.
I'm burning on the sand. It just keeps setting
You
me
eat
on
about a
fire.
pound of food per day.
Alright.
Be affected.
I gotta keep track of my carry weight.
Well, that's what Brodier gets for drinking his piss.
Yeah. It dehydrates him.
2 points of exhaustion.
I didn't want to say anything, but he's also been drinking salt water.
This stuff's pretty good.
He's been chugging it.
You know, in Brodier's defense, he is not stupid. He just cannot communicate to save his life.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of pace are we traveling at?
Moderate.
I'm really slow.
I
If you're
am
slow, you get advantage on perception checks and stuff.
dragon ass.
I haven't seen dragons.
Dragon.
I am a dragon ass. Anybody watch the newest season of Vox Machina?
Mm-hmm.
That shit's pretty tight. Speaking of dragons.
Oh, don't speak of
Came out with season 3.
Yeah,
Oh.
it was really good.
He's gonna send a dragon after us now.
Sand dragons?
Yeah, it's like the dune worm, but it's got little tiny wings that
Really
it
small
can't really
wings?
fly with them.
It burrows through the sand.
Yeah, the wings are functionally useless.
I just think of like the, was it the Baroth from Monster Hunter? You like fight it in the desert and it like burrows into the sand and then it like reemerges random places.
Alright.
experience fighting giant sandworms, we'll be alright.
11-hour session.
Mm.
It's fucking wild.
Well, we can order food.
Let us know when we're doing the 24-hour session.
What's crazier is that it was like 8 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was just thinking,
9 years ago?
yeah,
Probably, yeah. Just about.
I was just thinking, I was adding it up on my LinkedIn. I've been working in IT for like 10 years now.
I know. Holy shit.
That's crazy, dude. All right.
You have enough experience for an entry level job, so.
Oh,
Looking
man.
forward to starting that.
All right. Getting
$20
closer
an hour.
to the pyramid. You guys travel through the night. It is easier. Nothing really occurs that would cause you to try to suffer more exhaustion. But currently, for those that do have the exhaustion point, it only goes away after that long rest. You guys kind of are getting closer and closer and starting to realize like the actual size of the structure that you're approaching.
Holy shit.
It's quite large. It's very kind of crisp looking as well, like how the lines and everything and like the blocks and everything. It doesn't look like super run down, like nothing's ever here, like it's abandoned by any means. And the closer you get, like as you are kind of getting into the darker parts of the night, you can see at the top of it flames kind of just like all four like portions of the top part of this pyramid kind of light up. Not really sure what did that,
They'll
but
light up at the same time.
no, it's kind of just like a, but it's pretty quick, like one after the other, like.
They're guiding the way. Drawing us in.
Snap out of it.
What's going on? Where are we? Play some cards? Get a game of Sandy Solitaire going?
When Brotier dies, Anders just gonna hop out of his mech body.
And just piloting the road here.
Takes the pack of cards. The fuck?
It was me the whole time. I've transcended space and time.
Cool. What do you want us to do about that?
All right.
Yeah, who the fuck is this guy?
At this point,
Oh,
you
here.
reach the steps or the bottom part of the pyramid.
Wow.
Looking up at it,
Somebody's got to light those fires, right? Unless they light themselves. Oh no! Why are we all out of place? Yeah, that dude's the hand is big as hell.
these are not like accurate representations of like how everybody looks, but this is Borsmini, the Jarl, and Olga.
And Bor's kind of small compared to him.
Yeah, poor soul bitch.
What is the
Road
Jarl before we approach? So what is the plan if we encounter people here?
Well, they're standing between what we want, we cut them down. But we can communicate with them and figure something out. Maybe do more of a diplomatic approach. Leave that for you to decide.
What is it that we
I'd
want?
like to try and communicate if we can. They might know things about our respective professions that we don't.
I haven't remembered any like
Just goes fuck.
words that Yurt might have said. Natural tongue.
I don't think he's ever said anything.
No, okay.
How do you think they built this? Aliens? What's an alien?
Oh.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, okay.
Somebody
Makes
had to
more
light
sense.
that fire up there, right?
And then,
That's
like,
what we
Could have been
some
like
sort of magic.
over in this direction is where like the first boop boop like pillars or
Oh, the
stones
road.
leading toward the next one would be.
Gotcha.
So this is basically like you're looking east.
This looks just like Minecraft.
Olga and I'll stay outside. Keep an eye from the top. Make sure nothing sneaks in behind us. If something starts heading our way though, we'll head in with you. And see what the fuck's going on with this. Alright. I'm gonna try to make this as easy as I can before this all gets like super fucked up.
Why would it get super fucked up? We're just here for a friendly talk.
We don't even know if there's people here to talk to.
Yeah.
Very true, you don't. Probably isn't.
Could be magic that lights the fires.
Okay, so
Yeah, that's
going
true.
in. Not
Magical
going in.
alarm clock.
Not going in. Any sort of marching order?
I'll lead.
Kane shall lead.
I'll be near the front.
Probably can't do any more than like 2 by 2.
I'll be towards the back. I'll be behind.
This is gonna be fun. You are not looking the right way.
Brody, over, come on.
What's going on?
Acceptable, not acceptable.
Sure. I don't care.
See how well this works.
Hell yeah, it
Clearly
worked.
out too.
What's that?
Is the moon clearly out?
No, it's clouds and everything.
Okay.
You can see part of the moon, it's just not full.
Brody has no reactions.
Whoa! Whoa!
Don't worry about that. There's nothing there. You can't see anything.
You can't see that.
Shit.
You approach and get to the top of this pyramid. There's no entrance from the outside coming into it. There's just the steps that come from this way and then start to go down into there.
I'm scared. Put my hand on my
That's
shoulder.
funny that you say that. Because when you get up to the top, the flames that are kind of there, you feel like almost like this wind comes out from inside of the actual temple when you reach the top, and it feels like this cool, like almost breeze or entity like pushes through your body in a way very quickly. It's very sudden. It kind of gives you like a quick chill, and then Boar looks over to you. All right, here we go.
I don't like whatever that was.
That wasn't like just like a breeze, like of cool air coming out of a cave. I don't. Okay.
I feel that.
I don't
I
think
draw
so
my
either.
sword.
I wanted to, just as we got to the top, just like look out and try to see if I can see anything with the other pyramids.
Okay, make a
Like-
perception check.
Maybe people standing atop them or people on the roads. 8.
A little dark, hard to really make stuff out. You can see like in the fucking distance though, like little bits of like light. And it only really stands out because everything is just so like dark. But that light it's almost looks like a fucking like a tiny candle in a desert. It's literally what it feels like because it's so far away. But there's also just no light or any other source around to where like it stands out a bit to where you can see it.
Is it dark where we're headed?
Yes.
All right, I'm casting night vision for dark vision.
Well, that's a spell. Going dark.
It is a second level spell.
Does anybody need light?
I have 120 feet of dark vision.
Alright, cool.
I'm trying to figure out why this is
Does
blurry.
he have?
Probably not.
Yeah, he might not. That's weird that Goliath wouldn't have it.
I mean, maybe he does.
I don't think they had
No,
it
they don't.
originally.
Huh.
Oh, okay.
I think they dwell in caves.
This is only so fucked up.
Well, I don't know if we
all
want
the time.
I don't know if we want to create light because that might like
That's what I'm saying.
draw
we
some
can,
attention.
we can just lead road here. Or we
Let
can,
me do this quick too before I forget.
This way, Grandpa.
So, as we're going down the stairs and I kind of see how dark it's going to get, I'm going to reach down my side. I'm going to pull out a dried carrot, and I'm going to bite it, and then for just a quick second, my eyes will glow, and then we'll go back to normal.
instead of the white
Alright.
shirt potion, he just eats a carrot.
I don't eat it. I just bit it.
Oh, you just spit it.
Oh, that's not
I like a rabbit though.
You gonna eat the rest of that?
Let's go. Dude, I was on a plane like 3 weeks ago, and the guy sitting next to me was eating his Doritos like that. I wanted to fucking kill him. So,
You got
here you go.
noise canceling headphones?
I do, but
I had
I
a
wasn't
kid in
using
front of
them.
me who wasn't using any headphones and watching TikTok on his phone.
Jesus.
And his parents, like, a full blast. And I was with two buddies, and we were in a row together. We're sitting there, and he goes, well, my friend said, "Excuse me, does your kid have any headphones?" I was like, "No." He goes, "Then tell him to turn the fucking phone off, okay?" And it was blasting. So I just had my headphones on the whole time. I didn't care, but it was hilarious.
That is good.
Okay. You get down in here, and it's not like super open by any means. It's kind of cramped initially. Once you get down into this little spot right here, like you guys realize like how cramped it is.
Mm-hmm.
Grab everybody again. I think I might be missing one.
Can everybody see?
Yeah, I was
Yeah, I'm
missing
good.
one.
Yeah.
You're missing me.
All right, bro, dear, stay close.
All right. Let me see if I can grab. Oh god, this is gonna be fucking.
Slowly.
What if like we went 3 and 3 down each side instead?
I might just be grabbing whoever's at the front for now. Holy hell.
That's crazy.
We're all stuck, dude.
You're just up there. Sorry.
Alright. Initially, like when you step down, you can see inside, so don't pay too much attention to like situation, like where you are actually standing. Like we'll verbalize more of that than anything. I'm just trying to keep everybody in the areas. So these random little things that you're seeing are basically like this marble or sandstone pillar that at the top of it has some sort of glass covering at the top, and then at that covering area there's almost like a very, very fine grayish kind of sand sitting in the top of that. Other than that, nothing.
Oh.
Make sure
Glass.
that I don't go too far down.
Whoa!
Glass is a hot commodity. They seem to have it everywhere. I've got
This might be easier one at a time.
got 2 good glass vials, and it took me forever to get those things.
Where did that go? Okay. Alright, and again, all of these are the same thing. Large kind of marble, sandstone looking pillar. There are flames and stuff within here that you don't really notice until you actually like, it's a little weird. Like once you actually step down into this area, the flames kind of like light up.
I don't like that.
What the fuck?
This right here, you can see on it,
Oh, no. Oh, no.
there are, again, you find random kind of symbols starting from the top going down. You can see like an X, and then you can see like
That's
a stick figure of like a
Oh.
person, and then you can see like a circle, a square that has like a little line over the top of it. Very crude, simple symbols. Yes.
You guys know what that means? Me either.
No.
I'll walk up to it.
You walk up to it?
Be very careful about what you touch.
Is there
I'll
anything off
actually
to the
walk around it.
left or right?
Looking, sorry, let me adjust this as best I can. we're just gonna put this like here.
You hold the
There
torch.
at the end of this,
Oh, no, those
you
are
can see
sconces.
that there are more of these. So these appear obviously different than these because they are. But what I'm saying is like the base of it, this has symbols and stuff upon it.
Is there anything behind this?
There's more of these with the ashes at the top. Like the fine ash-looking greenish, or not greenish, but grayish, like silt.
What do you guys think this thing is?
Does it look the same on the back? Or-
This here,
Yeah.
yes. Or sorry, the back is like smooth, basically.
See anything back there?
No, it's just flat.
Can anybody read what's on?
Whatever.
No.
I'll feel it.
Feel it? Yeah. As you kind of feel it, like the spots where the symbols are have been like chiseled into the face of it.
It's like a stone.
It's the same kind of. I know it's gray on there, but it's the same kind of sandstone marble
Oh, okay.
appearance.
It's interesting. It's an interesting. If it is writing, it's interesting.
It definitely appears as though it is trying to like
Convey a message.
convey something, but it just can't be understood by.
Well, is there any like runes that I understand that? Like, I mean, that's not gonna be the same, but like any runes that might look like these symbols.
Similar?
Yeah.
No, not really.
Can I listen like down? Because it looks like there's maybe more steps. On
Yep,
the
there
other
are
side.
more steps leading forward. Yep.
Can I just like while they're kind of
Right.
looking at this thing, just like listen for I don't know something,
It's here, and you go ahead and make a perception check.
whether it be more wind or voices or 10.
Okay.
When I see him walk over there, I probably just like start walking down the steps to keep going.
Okay.
All right. All I can hear is you walking.
I'm very nimble.
All right.
Anybody else walking down like beside him, or just?
Well, I don't want him to go by himself, so when I see him walk past me, I'm gonna follow him.
I'm going too.
Okay.
I'll probably take a second just because I'm observing everything in this room. But once I realize they've made way, I'll follow behind.
I need Volktash and Steiner to make dexterity saving throws.
Oh, pretty good.
Oh no.
21.
6.
I'm gonna have
You
Dice-
pulled out the
dice-
box!
Don't feel like too bad. I didn't have the box in front. I have no dice in front.
He goes.
Okay.
He just
Yeah.
goes.
He's like one of.
I just take the box.
Here you go.
and flip it. Nice catch. Just dump the box out.
Clean. And that's
I-
half the damage. I'm gonna need you to triple it.
I did not prepare fine traps, so
No, you did.
I did not.
You didn't even try to
maybe-
find them though.
Maybe for
I didn't think there was traps.
tomorrow, you prepare fine traps.
Yeah, that might be a good idea if we go down another one of these.
If we make it to tomorrow.
That's still a lot of dice.
We are level 5, so.
What does that have to do with how many dice he rolled?
I mean,
It's supposed to make you feel a little better.
yeah.
Play on hard difficulty, so the scaling.
You can take
is
the.
a
You got
little-
more health than I do.
Damage scaling is a little.
I mean, I can heal, but sheesh.
You see the new Baldur's Gate sunglasses?
No.
I heard
Yeah.
they were doing, I didn't look
Which
at
ones?
what they
I've
all
looked
were.
at
There's
some.
12 of them.
I think that they had at least one. For
They're adding a
everyone.
bunch of new spells.
Also, they did the
Some
Blade
classes.
Singer for the Wizard, which was pretty hype.
Yeah, that's cool.
How much health do you have?
Whoa! Relax.
A little bit.
Be that bad?
Fat.
I'm up there.
And with the fat though.
I don't have as much as Brodier.
30 what?
It's more than that.
30 something.
You got 40 something?
I got 40 something.
something.
Damn, I got 44.
I got 40.
I got 44.
The hell?
I
We're
got
both
37.
Oh yeah. What's your con?
What's my con?
16.
14.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
What's your
Okay.
con?
14.
That explains it. Take tough, you get a lot more health.
Oh!
Night vision! Wait, I succeeded, right?
You don't look like it.
Did I?
You-
I don't look
Down at the
like
bottom. You, Steiner, being a step behind,
Oh.
almost catches your foot and you jump and kind of tumble and fall, hitting the side.
Oh shit!
You watch a spike go through his upper shoulder, his stomach,
Oh!
the other shoulder,
Oh!
and then there's kind of just like a gap because they're kind of offset. They're not quite like the straight lines like that. So it basically gets like both shoulders and his stomach, and the way that you were kind of like standing, you're turned a little bit, so it kind of goes like through and like the back, but it pierces like clean through, and it's not like it doesn't go and then go back in. It just slams out, and you feel it when you step toward the bottom.
Your
And the
shish
whole like
kebab.
row of the ground there is just like a soft plate that you basically stepped on. It causes it to slam out. You take 30 points of piercing damage
That's
from
a
the spikes.
Roll for massive damage.
Yes, you just gotta make a con save.
Holy fuck!
Instantly, blood just starts.
Oh god! I'm panicking!
I rolled a.
If we press the twig again, does it go
Okay.
back? Play the Sharuga game?
4.
We can use it
Let's
against
see who
her.
the closest.
It's more mob farming with it.
Where the fuck did everybody go?
You just step down, put one foot, and go back.
Yeah.
Where the hell is everybody?
Where's everyone?
Hang on.
What'd you do with them?
I
Oh,
killed
there we
her.
go.
I definitely didn't see a big giant thing on
Yeah.
this.
I didn't either.
Okay, so the closest person at that
Ah!
point here is Sigrid.
I'm just gonna.
Fuck.
I'm just gonna yell. As soon as I get impaled, I just go. "Ah!" Fuck!
You can't. You're like just like basically stuck like on here like kind of.
Need help!
You're like pale, sweating.
I nearly yelled.
What's
I draw
the-
my fucking sword and fucking
Ah!
assuming it's under
What's
attack.
the
or
best way to
something.
pull him off of this?
I run down. I'm not even thinking. I'm starting to pull him off of it.
Yeah, you grab him and just like.
Ah!
Don't worry, buddy. I got you.
Holy shit! Give me those fucking healing potions!
Dragging him up the
Take a
stairs.
shot, I fucking bear hug him from behind and then just fucking pull.
Ah! Somebody do something!
Oh fuck! Can you heal yourself?
I'm fine, yeah! I was hoping one of you fucks could help! I'll just cast,
Okay, you can focus on that right now.
I'll cast, Cure Wounds on myself. I'll just start touching the wounds, just like, fuck!
There's, I mean, the holes are this big around, so like.
I'm using, like, third level spells on it, like, just to heal me! Let me see how much I can even heal.
Is there like room for like Steiner to like make his way back up to where we're at, like on the steps?
I mean, he could. Like, these don't seem like they're gonna like shoot by any
So I
means. So
get
like, he could just like get to the
4d8.
side and step.
Oh, not, yeah, say no. I'm gonna like reach my hand
the
out and pull
first
Steiner
one.
up.
Those are
Plus-
spells, by the way.
Hold on, I gotta get dice out.
You're pulling him back up here,
Yeah, just to because I'm like fucking help. Then you
just
you-
like doing whatever
Okay.
you think is right.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm holding pressure on his abdomen.
Okay.
like laying him down on the like that middle part where it's a little more flat, maybe.
Well, if he's gonna heal himself, I'm gonna wait until after. There's nothing I can do.
Yeah, you pull him off. He's screaming, yelling, like screaming for help. He's like reaching out, grabbing. You can see green energy coming from his hands, trying to like smack his body. You see, like he doesn't seem to realize that there's just blood pouring out of his stomach right now. So as he's doing that, he starts to kind of you like put pressure on it because blood is just pouring out, and he feels it instantly, and it's kind of just like. You can see a little bit of blood just like trickle from his mouth as he's sitting there.
Hold on, I gotta find this feat because I don't remember exactly what it does.
What feet?
Battle medic or healer.
No, your origin sheet.
Yes.
Battle.
Oh, I get healing rerolls. That's what it is.
Medic. 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 floor ahead of us.
Wow, I'm so glad I have rerolls.
Me too. Oh, that's so much better. Holy cow.
26, 31. I healed all that.
Okay. Eventually, after all the screaming and healing himself and the pressure being held on the wounds and everyone kind of assisting each other to gather themselves really quick, you feel
So I think that was trapped.
Once it calms a little bit, I'm gonna start looking around down.
You know what would have been
deeper,
worse
see
if I was like a little
Yeah,
closer to you.
probably
We both got stuck together.
as
I had to pull you guys off.
Kane kind of makes his way just a little bit down to see like if anything's making its way around. You watch the floor, like where that piece was, as it's like slowly kind of starts to lift up. You can see the spikes as well, slowly starting to go back into the wall. You kind of sit and
Let's
listen
hope
for
we
a
don't
second.
forget about that on the way back
There's
up.
heavy breathing, there's still some frantic like movements and such, but you do not hear anything. You can see underneath here is essentially opened up again, and there are large, these are like kind of copper, brass, or bronze, you can't really
This is
tell.
scary.
A closer look at them though would reveal that they are more of like a bronze metal. Large kind of skulls that are sitting down in here. You can't really see a ton else down inside of here, but you do
Maybe
at least see this opening up down here.
places you're not meant to go.
We picked the Pyramid of Death as our first
Yeah.
one.
The
just
other
passed
ones
out
are
on
like
the steps, by the way.
happiness, joy. This one's death.
We chose the worst one.
Friendship.
I'm gonna try to advance a little bit, but like reach a step forward, like with one foot, before I move my whole body forward.
Like stepping down into here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Just kind of reach around, like your foot down toward the ground and tap a little bit, even, just to like, get a good look at it. Anybody else going down?
Yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say I planned on it.
I'm not putting you on the spikes. Don't worry. I'm just putting you down.
Spikes.
As you are laying on the steps here, still,
Yeah.
Brodier just kind of like picks you up and does like a, just kind of jars you around a little bit.
Fuck! Whoa!
Don't touch. Come on.
Am I alive?
You're good. Come on.
I just see blood all over. I need some new clothes.
We'll worry about that later.
Alright.
Well, I can clean those.
Just get some water, just splash on my face.
Need help up? You got it.
I'll take a hand.
All right. You just like.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, you just.
Hey guys, be careful of traps.
That's what that was.
Oh, I still feel it.
All right. I'm not like shoving you all down here. Like that's not where exactly you're standing. So don't worry.
Just put me back on the spikes.
He said, "I'm tired of this. Put me back on the spikes."
Take a nap.
He said, "Wait, I actually kind of like the spikes."
Of course, I need to move him down one more little.
Perfect. Oh nah, I don't think we were meant to be in a place like this, guys. Nah, I think we're actually.
Do they shoot fire?
I hope not. I hope not.
We get to use the burning condition we just learned about. If we stop, drop, and roll, we're fine.
You just stop, drop, and roll the whole way.
All right. So
Then you're immune to fire damage.
As you kind of step down and feel, this feels pretty solid. You're definitely way more on edge now.
Yeah, I'm not even taking. I'm like using my staff to like poke ahead before I even take a step anywhere. Oh, good thing it's made of bone.
I'm checking out these skulls before we move forward.
I'm listening. I want to see if I can hear anything.
Just trying to use my knowledge of metals and stuff to see if I can parse anything about it's like hollow or if there's something inside or.
They look like they're fixed to the wall, like right here. Like the backs of them are pretty solid to that, like where the rest is kind of open. The backs are like hard pressed against this, like there's not a big gap or anything. Are you guys all kind of standing here for a sec?
Yeah. I don't think we should move any further until we.
Well, I want to look at this skull.
You guys can go first.
I want to check it out.
Okay.
You sure?
I just want to touch it. I don't want
I'm
to like
good.
look at it like face to face or nothing, just in case. But
Yeah,
I want
from
to.
the
Put your head inside its mouth.
Yeah.
When you step, you can kind of touch it. It's a little bit like cool
Uh-huh.
to the touch.
Oh, that's
Um,
nice.
It just kind of seems to be some ornate.
Can I hop
decorative
over it?
piece. Yeah.
Go on the other side.
50 fireballs go off. 50 delayed fireballs.
I want to look at the second one now.
What's the middle? Is it just stone or is that like water?
Oh, I don't know. I don't trust
It
it.
appears to be more stone, but it's darker in color.
Because it's charred from the flaming breath of the skulls.
don't
I
trust
doubt
it.
it.
I don't trust it.
That's not what that would be.
Are you going the same direction feeling the floor, or are you going this way?
I'm not even moving. I'm just standing on that tile I'm on and I'm poking the dark floor.
Okay. As you start like kind of poking at it, doesn't seem to be giving or anything.
Okay. Does the skull, is it like eye sockets and like an open mouth, or is it just like a closed skull?
It should be closed. Just
Okay.
eye sockets. Yeah, just sockets in the eyes, and then
Like
that part's
poke
closed.
one of the eye sockets.
You hear a click.
Oh no! I hope not.
That floor looks like it's going to give away or something.
No, I'm sure it's fine. That's just a normal cobblestone road.
I have zero trust. I don't want to move. I'm paralyzed.
Yeah. By fear.
I'm gonna get down on the end and I just want like to feel the stone of the floor.
Okay.
Tripwire.
You kind of like
75
feel
delayed
the
fireballs.
ground itself a little bit. Stone feels solid.
Oh, Tash, you should walk down this thing.
You should shut the fuck up.
That's fair.
Why don't you take a step on it?
I am. Look
There's
how
like-
far I am.
There's like 6 of us.
Look
I
how
already ate
far I
one
am.
trap.
Maybe we just don't.
I hop over the skull now.
Maybe we just avoid the traps altogether.
I don't know if it's trapped. I just think these are skulls.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, you have zero inkling to consider that there's traps right now.
Yeah, especially after Voktash just got impaled.
I wanna feel inside the socket.
There's no way they'd have two
Yeah.
traps.
Yeah.
Kind of start
Duh, we already got rid of the only one that they had.
That's the trap.
grabbing at it. Can't really feel
This was
anything
the
in there.
spike trap room.
I'm gonna
you think the
I'm
way
gonna
you win
stand
is
on
safe?
The middle.
Yes.
And I'll walk
Alright.
past.
I'll start
Right
following
here?
Sigrid.
Climbing up and over.
Yeah.
So,
I'll wait till he gets like to the next skull and then I'll jump the second
Well,
one.
I want to watch from
I'll go
the.
that way.
Just to see what happens. Ah, I'm impaled.
you're bored. You guys are going that way, so am I.
Yeah, I just want to follow them.
Yeah,
to be
you so
honest.
happened to me
Where are you
too.
going?
Yeah, it's like you gotta
Slowly,
choose
very-
the fork in the
very
road.
slowly
You just
forward.
pick the right side. The other side's hell on earth.
If you feel the
Alright.
ground give way, maybe try to hold it down.
I go to the next one and I hop it too.
Take
Oh, there's another fucking statue in front of me.
I hopped the second one.
Maybe the statues
Uh,
indicate the traps.
This should be on the other side too. It's
If I
Like
make-
it's on both sides?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
If I make it to the second skulls without anything, I'm just gonna like normal walk all the way to the end.
He's brave for sure.
You watch Kane walk down the middle. Nothing happens.
I'm gonna hop that second skull.
I don't trust it.
I'm gonna walk to the next one.
Yeah, I'll now look at the statues
I'm
here.
gonna wait a second.
Is there any of those symbols on the walls or on the skull or anything? Okay.
What do these symbols look like in front of me?
You can see it from the top down, essentially. Looks like maybe like a cloud or something, and then it kind of goes down to like an axe, and then there's like this sort of like square that's interlocked with another square underneath that.
Next 3 traps.
Sorry,
Gas
hang on.
cloud, axe swing,
Is there any repeated
and
symbols?
stone smashing.
They're the same on both sides, like down
From
the
the first.
down the
From the
thing.
first.
The axe.
After you
it.
bulk dash.
It's in that what? Is that in the same position?
I did just watch them walk down the middle and be fine, but they looked like they were having fun hopping over the skulls, so I'm gonna do that too.
Okay.
I wouldn't call it fun.
I'm gonna try to memorize the
I'm
patterns.
scared shitless. Yeah, let's put the beefy tanky guys right in prime trap.
This is where I have everybody right now.
Alright.
Maybe.
Well, once again, these symbols make no sense.
Previous precedent has established that after this pillar, there's going to be a trap.
One of the symbols is the same.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, the X looking thing.
Maybe that means trap.
It's not in the same spot though.
All I know is somebody else is going first.
Is there anything in or the symbols on the first one?
Well, we could walk around the lip on the outside here and not even go down the steps.
There was an X. There was a stick figure looking like man. A triangle, and a weird like kind of circle symbol with a little tail on it.
Yeah, none of those make sense
I
for
was
being a
trying to-
Like
sculpture.
just gibberish to you.
Oh, maybe they do.
I was saying if they
Well,
resembled spikes
this-
or anything,
I-
like could have
What
been
does
a
this one
very
start with?
primitive.
Cloud looking thing. It's basic. It could be a cloud, could not be a cloud. Here, I'll draw the first one, just because you guys are. So, first one. And the second one.
Say the first one resembled spikes, and this one might resemble like a gas trap or something.
That's what I was thinking.
Oh, but such the X was in the same spot, so maybe the X means trap or something.
First
like
one.
death.
Second one.
Poison gas.
I feel like the X could still mean trap.
And the triangle kind of looked like spikes in a way.
If I had to review that post situation, I would say X meaning trap, person spiked,
Yeah.
circles, holes through the body. Okay, so that's my opinion. So cloud X
Honestly, not
means
terrible.
Yeah.
fog cloud trap,
What
and then
language are
the
you speaking?
squares.
I didn't know you knew their language.
Just having a fucking epiphany right now.
You figured it out.
Spike? Me.
That person,
me.
that was me.
You're like Alan in the casino
Those
right now with all
holes
the equations
right
going through his
here.
head.
So, go first.
Brodeer has volunteered himself.
Cool. He has to show up if he doesn't want to volunteer himself. So
Is he walking down?
One step at a time, very slowly.
I was thinking we could go around the side here because there's like a lip, so we could kind of see what's further ahead without going down the steps.
This has like the same thing on the other side.
Oh,
Yep.
okay. Never
You can't
mind.
really like slink around it either because it's like to the surface of it. And then this meets the ceiling.
Alright, back to the first
Look
one.
at the edge of the ceiling a little bit to see if there's anything that could like close. Like ceiling might like shut or something like that. Might, like
In the area you're in right now, no, it doesn't like
maybe
look
weird
anything like that.
crevices or anything.
Yeah, nothing like that around where you are.
I mean, somebody's got to go. So
That's true. May as well be road here.
Going down.
One step at a time.
All right, first step.
Do we think that means like some sort of gas or something?
Everybody make a con save.
yeah.
Kind of tell him like, hey, nice, just go down. He puts his foot on the first step and the step itself.
Pretty far back though. That's good.
not good.
A duality.
Okay.
19.
Okay.
I can't use that.
Brodier got a 21,
14.
19.
and I got a 14.
I think 14's enough.
You got what? 14? Okay. Alright, so, as he steps on this, you hear this kind of like loud, almost mechanical vent type sound, and you start watching this kind of deep green gas start to roll out of the eye sockets of every
Called it.
skull.
Yep. I knew something like that.
Anticipating it going to happen, you just kind of take like a, and then just start to
And let
like
it
push
match.
forward.
Okay.
You watch Brodier just fucking run down here basically.
That's crazy, bro. I've never
Or
heard that.
follows.
Uh-oh.
This is starting to like fill up basically. Like you start to
We
notice it
gotta
filling
go.
up. So you're either going this way or the other way.
I'm sprinting down the steps.
Yeah, I'm
Alright.
following after him.
Run down. Run down. You two?
Yes.
I'll be the last.
Okay.
So I kind of stand there for a second, I'm confused as to why I didn't feel anything that felt like gas could emanate from.
Yeah, there's just like open holes here.
Mm.
There's nothing like where you could reach to feel. There's just like a pipe right at the end of it, but
I
nothing you
poked
could
at
have
him.
reached
I
in
didn't
and
feel
felt.
anything though.
I put my hand in there, felt everything. Also wondering why the trap is behind us. Why
That's
the
okay.
activator is in front.
There's no way there's 3 traps. 2 has
This
to be
area here is basically just filled up with that
Well, we're trapped in here
thick
now,
kind
guys.
of green smoke.
If we go check the other side, what does it look like over there?
Nothing.
Don't go up the steps.
Okay.
We
I'm
need-
just peeking my head around. Like, I'll
That's
just
our
walk
way
and go
out.
peek my head over there.
That's our way out.
Oh shit.
Ah, we know all the secrets.
ESPN.
What step do you step on?
The first
activator?
Very first one on this side.
Okay.
Looking on this side, it is clear. Same thing though too. This should be on the
Okay.
other side, like meeting the ceiling. Same symbols. This side of it though, smooth.
You know, I bet there was like the fucking Squid Games thing where you just had to pick the right steps back
Mhm.
and forth. Just pick
He
one.
should have just jumped down the steps.
But what if there was a trap at the bottom like there was at the last one?
You know, when you're right, you're right.
The longer you're sitting here, you're watching this starting to fill up and
Okay,
push
guys.
down the stairs.
I think we gotta
as
keep
well.
Inside.
think we gotta
Inside
keep-
whatever this room is.
Wait a minute. What if there's another trap at the bottom of the steps?
So- Going
Well,
first.
then we're dead.
Then we're good.
What do we see? Can we? Because we can.
It's
kinda
dark.
s- Oh,
I have dark vision.
I do too.
I'm not gonna yell it at you, but
Oh,
I
I
do
see a
have dark
dead guy.
vision. That
There's
could be
a
an
body.
That could be an alive guy.
It could be. Or an unalive
It also
guy.
looks like it teased right here. Like
Oh,
you can't really
no.
see it super well.
Oh.
I see. I see something.
There's a dead
I don't
body.
see anything. It's,
There's a. I see what would appear to be a.
I'm gonna hug the
A
wall.
sheriff?
Tripwire?
And like look around the corner when I
You
get
see
to
a
it.
tripwire?
Can I see that?
What are you looking at?
that's not a trip.
The
That's not a
tripwire?
tripwire.
That's just
That's shading.
that shading.
Oh, okay.
If there was
I was
one there and you
convinced.
saw it though, I was giving that.
I was convinced.
You're like, don't go left. Don't go right either. That looks like one too. All right. Kane said he's gonna. Where's he at?
Right there.
Walk down here. And kind of hug the wall, and then take a peek around this way or the other side. Which side?
Alright, probably the left because I was just
Left so
closer,
you don't cross
closer to
over.
the left. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Immediately going this way, you can see body. And then this way to the left just looks like a path. And then looking straight across here as well looks like another path.
This is the Stone Smasher trap.
It's just empty hallways.
What do you think killed that guy?
Him
Is he
being
dead?
indecisive and the gas catching up to him, probably.
You think? You
Yes,
think?
it's probably like.
You
here
think we
at
should
this
check
point.
on him or just go?
He's like skull and bones.
Oh.
He dead.
Yeah.
Oh.
Like gone to the face
What's
down.
at the end?
Looks
Does
like
it just drop
Looks
off
like
over
it goes
there?
down.
Looks like it just drops a little
You
bit.
think that's the smart way to go, given that he's dead in that one?
Maybe not.
Or should we take one of the side passages?
You watch Boar step up a little bit.
We have to hurry up.
Yes, getting closer.
Should we choose different paths?
I'm gonna go down and go to the right.
Alright.
You always go left in a pyramid.
Yeah.
And in a maze.
Yeah.
Well, Diablo taught me always hug the right wall, so that's what I'm
I
doing.
was going left, so.
I'll follow Sigrid left.
Alright, I need everybody to look at me for a second and don't look at the screen.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Just double checking some stuff here.
Don't worry about
Good
all
to
that.
go. You guys can look right back.
Woo!
Okay.
Nothing left or right.
Just double checking.
All right,
'Cause
pull up the
I
street
thought I
really
remembered
quick.
everything. I
Clip
was
it,
correct.
clip it.
I'm gonna, I looked clear. I'm still gonna fucking.
I'm gonna
jump, zoom across the gap in the hallway for a second.
To
I want
get
to see
to-
the body. Yeah.
Oh, to the body.
I'm going to, even though I started going right, I'm going to go
Going where?
slow
exactly?
and cautiously.
Like right along the wall, just kind of like jumping across the wall, staying close to it.
Right here.
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on.
I'm looking at the walls too to see if there's anything
Nothing
odd
happens.
about them.
Just don't want to get this wrong. Hold on. You're here, right?
Yeah.
Oop.
Do a quick fucking. I got 360 or whatever to spin around the.
To the other side.
Yeah.
All right. Need you to make it deck safe.
What? I hope it's not the impaling thing again. I hope it's not that either.
11.
Okay. When you step here, your momentum gets kind of close to the edge. Like as you're stepping, it's almost like as if somebody were to do it in stride. You watch the whole like piece of the floor, like just go down, like where you stepped on. You can see when you step down too that this piece of floor also looks like it's probably separate from the rest, even though it all like blends really, really well. Like stepping on it causes it to pop up, but you don't like continue your momentum walking forward,
Oh.
and these just pop right up.
Oh, okay. That was close.
So you're basically like you watch the spike go like right in front of your face when you swing over to the other side. It's basically set up for like if you're going in stride that it would like you'd step and then your next step would be like a leg or your fucking whole body depending how fast you were going. It looks like this guy almost just got like flipped up into the air almost from the spikes. Like once you're close enough and kind of looking, you can see like a big spot of like the bone on his leg that's just like cracked in half basically, and then like part of his like ribs look like they're also shattered.
What kind of clothes does he have?
They appear to be kind of light in color, like at least the design. But you can see the head itself has like a like red kind of fur, not like fur, but like red, like a Spartan helmet in a way. And then it has like the same kind of brass design. And then he's wearing some sort of like small kilt type lower part.
The Romans have been here.
I want this armor.
You could go get it.
I'm not going to get it.
No.
I'll pass it up.
All right. As I'm going to the right,
Yep.
I am tapping every tile in front of me.
Yeah. Yeah, as you kind of go that way, and you're kind of down the hallway,
Like-
and you hear like, and you're like,
PTSD
then you just start
now.
like,
He's traumatized. For sure.
One tile at a time.
Same. Yeah.
okay, where's everybody else going?
We
To the
went
left.
We went left.
To the left, to the left.
Everything else.
Who went left?
guy's gonna have a nightmare in the future.
I
The
believe
spikes are just
myself
gonna
and
come flying to his
Sid.
face, and that's when he wakes up.
Who went first?
Me.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, imagine if I was a little bit shorter. Dead.
Yeah.
Through your noggin.
Tap the dials ahead of you.
Okay. What are you guys doing as you're walking down the way?
Tapping the tiles with my bow.
I'm
Down
also
with the bow?
I'm also feeling the walls for any holes or like any openings
Hopefully it don't break
or
my bow.
Both of you make investigation checks.
investigation.
You do the same, Boktash, as you're kind of tip-tapping around over there.
Okay, that's pretty good.
It's okay. 15.
15.
18.
14.
Alright, as you're kind of going through, you start kind of tapping. Both of you make dex saves with advantage. Not you, Boktash, you're good. You're kind of just like...
Not too bad. 14.
14?
19.
19, okay. You guys take like another, let's say, 5 or so steps where you're like basically to the corner. And this last piece of floor here has a couple like, you don't really notice it at first because of like the marbling of the material, but it has a couple of like reliefs in it that you only realize once you actually press it. And then you realize as you're like kind of feeling up that there's like a bunch of tiny ass little like holes like right at like basically head level, and you just grab Sigrid and like pull him down at basically the same time that you like see him like tap, and there's kind of like this click sound, and then you drop down, and then there's just like this. You watch a bunch of small, tiny little like almost dart-like arrows that are just basically thick pieces of pointed wood just fall down and crinkle to the floor. Just basically in this span of hallway like that you guys are standing in right now.
We're still alive. I wonder if it'll do it again if you tap it again.
Yeah. Once it kind of like comes back up and you press it.
You think it's got an unlimited number of darts?
We just sit here all day.
Yeah. It's got to run out eventually. Somebody's got to be replacing those.
Just like guy in the walls just filling it up.
Yeah.
Oh, finally.
We need more darts over
Guy
here.
with like fucking like 5 o'clock shadow,
Yeah.
maintenance clothes, balding, just comes in every now and then, opens up a panel.
Pours some darts.
Need more darts.
Yeah. Can we like?
So these spikes, they're pretty like sporadic, right? They're not what they actually look like.
Correct. There's like, it's kind of like an X shape, more essentially.
Is
Like
there-
there's like a spike, spike, spike in the middle, spike, spike.
They're like
Is there a lot of room in between to fit between them?
Yeah.
Alright, I'll try to navigate to the other side then.
Yeah, you can do that.
Get his clothes. They're super cool.
I will take whatever he has on him.
All right.
Yes.
You start fumbling through.
Like a cool
You
In the
find.
Viking way.
Make a medicine check too for me.
Roll high.
18.
Can I tap on the next square too? Like I know this square in front of me is gonna shoot
Yeah, you're
darts.
just
Can I
kinda-
tap on the ones around it too?
Yeah, no problem. Fuck, hold on. Let me double check something. Everybody look at me again. Look at me like you mean it.
Huh?
Okay, cool. All right.
Check
You
reflection?
keep kind of tapping. Everything seems fine. You can get around the corner, no issues. You guys have enough room to like walk side by side. Then it opens up into the hallway there.
Maybe.
This is just like a little recess, like kind of cut out here, where the ceiling kind of meets a little bit more. Nothing over there.
Can we do like a walk one tile, stop, check, walk one tile, stop, check?
You guys over here,
Yeah.
You walking forward more?
Yeah, what we're gonna do is take a step. We'll check first, take a step forward, stop, check again, and repeat.
Investigation checks from both of you again. Are you both like you have your staff and
Yeah.
he has the bow?
I think so.
I'll cash another investigation check from you as you guys are going this way. Brody, you're behind
Still
you
not bad.
as you're going forward.
Bad.
Bad?
It's bad.
Okay. How bad is bad?
5.
5?
Mine was
There's
bad.
walls and a floor.
No.
You get to this
Nearly
point right
double.
here. Once you get to here, you kind of feeling the ground. So you're like this, right? Like you're like,
Yeah.
and then walking forward, kind of like tapping. Once you go to get like around the corner, you feel like a string like across your chest basically, and then like almost, it's like kind of sudden because you're like kind of tapping, right? Like feeling, and you can't really like see it. You're kind of like looking ahead, but it's basically like
No shot he gets impaled.
what would be like
Right.
head level with you like this, like kind of ducking down, and then you go to like turn the corner and it kind of catches your shoulder, like a string going across the walkway, like the hallway leading into that open part. And when you do it, you kind of just like move and like push through it by just trying to get around the corner fast, because you're like, okay, like this is good, that's good, and then it's like you hear this loud like kind of ting. Nothing happens.
No, that's not good. That's not
That better
good.
not be taking our side out.
That ain't good. That ain't good.
Nice. I'm telling Boar and Brody here.
Yeah.
I just broke a wire. Nothing's happened yet, but
But you're just like,
I don't.
That's valid.
I don't know if something will happen.
Meanwhile, we're just over there dead, fully impaled.
Just you go.
No, I didn't hear nothing. Hey, Sigurd and Steiner have been missing for a while.
at this point, that green kind of gas and shit is like about to hear.
Oh, shit's still coming.
We ain't escaping, guys.
Oh shit! Oh fuck! Oh shit!
Anybody have a fan?
I'm just gonna keep going, keep checking the way I was, and hopefully I don't miss a tripwire again.
No fucks given.
Well, my options are sprint through, turn around, or
I don't know if sprint through is a good idea. Those spikes were designed for sprinters.
yeah, I know.
Yeah.
You would have been stuck like
don't
that
hold
for
W.
eternity.
This is
All
not a
right.
whole W angle.
Yeah.
Investigations from you two. Sorry, I didn't get them.
10.
10?
14.
14. Okay. Pretty similar in nature for the two of you as you begin going forward. You're kind of focused on the floor and like the top parts of the walls, like trying to feel something to where you're not really looking very good. As you step forward here, there's a little bit of light that you see from each side of the wall.
Oh, cool.
It kind of just like lights up quick. It doesn't appear to do anything other than you watch the floor kind of like go to slide to both sides. And then you see underneath that a bunch of spikes. So I need both of you to make dexterity saving throws. You're kind of expecting this explosion or like a boom or something from the way the light
Yeah.
kind of glows.
Alright,
But yeah, it's cocked as hell.
There must be something really valuable at the bottom of this.
Okay.
19.
18.
19 and 18?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You both
Sorry,
jump and
fall straight
land
down.
on your face right there.
On spikes?
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
avoiding said
Oh.
spikes.
Whoa, the double impalers. The Impaler 2000.
I just put it like that so I knew that like the floor opened that way.
Oh, are they spikes from below then?
Yeah, so the floor
Okay.
underneath, it was very difficult for me to try to build something where
Yeah.
so the floor opens up basically and then the spikes are straight up and down and you guys would have, but you jump across. And it does not take long. After it kind of opens up, it's like 10 seconds and then it closes again.
Well, we would have been stuck
Closes
down
just
there.
as fast.
What were those lights?
When you're looking on the walls, like from where they came, you can see very faintly chiseled into the actual stone itself, symbols, and it's basically just like
That's fine. I could just twin spell, make cast fly on us, and we can just not touch the floor.
This one
so
was
basically
from
like if you're
before.
looking at it,
Yeah,
like that wall over there is this, like, but you're looking at it like that. So like if you're looking at the wall to the left, it's that,
Mhm.
and then if you looked at the wall to the right, it's upside down like that.
Okay.
It's just reverse.
Spike
Just-
trap.
All right. Going back this way. What did you get for your medicine check here, Kane?
18.
18. Okay.
Pretty good.
It's pretty obvious, but you can make out a lot more of it. The way that the body of this creature is, the bones are like a lot more dense, like kind of thicker bones than you'd see on like a normal human. They look taller. You can see coming from the actual like area where the back of the like kilt type thing that it's wearing. There's like a portion at the top where you can see like a bone, almost like a extension of the actual like sacrum of the creature, to where it looks like a tail essentially coming off of the back part. When you grab and kind of are reaching around to find like items or whatever on the body itself, you flip it over essentially, and when you flip it over, you can see this kind of thicker, kind of strong jaw, and then from that you can see like teeth, like sharp, almost like fangs from the bottom and from the top. The teeth themselves are kind of sharper. The head has a kind of like feline appearance to it in a way. And then as you're sifting through, you find some of the coins, and you look at the coin, and you can see that there is the. I want to make sure I accurately get down what. Shit. Let me slide this over. That was fine. You could see that.
A
Alright, sure, I got it.
cactus!
Dude, there's a cactus there.
Now I know there's a cactus.
I can't wait for the giant cactus boss.
Yeah.
Don't have any of my fucking shit for that done.
He said,
Okay.
now I gotta cancel the
It's not
giant
here,
cactus
so-
plus.
It's just
The
fancy
face that you
cactus.
see on the gold coin is like a lion. Kind of has like this very upright posture, a longer kind of like mane at the front. It looks like a lion essentially, but it has this very humanoid quality to it, and it is wearing some sort of like a crown at the top that's kind of like melded into the gold coin itself. And you find maybe, 10 or so coins like this.
Grab everything.
The backside of it has what appears to be like a volcano on it.
Sick. Awesome coins.
Does he have any weapons?
Yes. It's kind of like a typical like Roman short sword.
Gladys.
Yes, thank you. That's exactly what it is, a Gladys. Okay. After all that, are you just moving forward?
Slowly, yes.
Slowly and meticulously? Investigation check?
We haven't
those
seen
skeletons?
your trap yet.
I see skeletons on your guys' side.
There's a dead. There's like bones over here, yeah.
The alcove's probably safe. You should check that skeleton out.
Got a 10.
Get around. And then pulling this one. I didn't think that was actually going to work.
Easy.
You get all the way to the steps
What?
Before.
before
Bingo.
Boar actually walks out in front of you. He starts to walk down.
He's dead. Nothing can be done.
He seems like he's getting a little impatient.
Oh.
But you do. He turns around. What?
Careful.
We're gonna die in here, dude.
Yeah, we're gonna die if you fucking step on another trap too.
Is that gas still coming?
I don't know.
You guys don't see it behind you.
on a trap?
Step on the trap.
I mean, it's a good thing that you didn't set a trap going down the stairs.
You're right. I'm not thinking. You keep doing what you were doing. You go first.
Fuck.
You volunteered yourself into that one.
Investigation for you, Kane.
10.
10.
It's pretty good.
Okay,
He said, I'm fine.
you made it.
What's up?
Is that gas still coming?
Oh,
Looking back where you guys were. Yeah. The gas does not seem to be like reaching here, and like looking down, it's actually dissipating.
where's that click
Broad
coming
ears
from?
back there.
You actually can see the gas here, but it looks like it is almost just like seeping away, like into the stone, like or like there's pores or like a hole here or something. But it is going away.
Alright. I have a confession to make.
What's that?
I walked through a wire that snapped and nothing happened.
Well, we narrowly avoided the spike trap.
And darts.
And darts.
Well, I was impaled earlier, so
You're okay now, and that's what matters.
I'm just
Actually,
I thought we were
you should probably drink this.
What is that?
Just helps with inflammation. I imagine rapid healing might cause some problems.
I like look down. I go to like pull my shirt down to check before I realize there's just a gaping hole in my chest, and I'm just like, okay, just drink it.
It's not just in your chest. You gotta fucking.
That tasted pretty
You look
bad.
like a hollow from
It's
Bleach
just
right
mushroom spores and water.
I don't like mushrooms.
Well, that's okay. You'll feel better.
Okay, once you're down here.
Actually, would like to quickly look up to where Voltash and them came from, see if anything happened in that hallway.
Just,
Like,
like,
after he
walk
says
up.
that, yeah, kind of just like walk the steps and look down.
What happened?
The
Just want to
walls
see if
are-
anything like that might have happened. They didn't look back to realize or whatever or something.
You look back. Clear.
Fireball.
Don't walk down it.
No.
A fireball shot.
I just let out a and walk
He
back.
set off a trap on the way down.
Right.
You guys
Yeah,
can
they walk down
see
there.
more stairs leading down into this area.
With some lights.
Yes.
Can we hear anything?
Approach slowly and see what I can see.
I think I might just try to scoot down the side of the steps and not even touch the steps.
Can I not see anything down there? It's like that wall in front of me, like kind of just limiting my vision.
He's working on it.
Is there anyone in any of the villages that would have been that creature type
That's creepy.
that would have
I
recognized
don't think this is a good idea.
by like
guys.
just the structure of their face and stuff?
Sorry, one more time. I'm trying to like.
Is there anyone in any of the villages that would have resembled that
Oh,
structure,
no.
like of that creature?
No.
Okay.
You look down, and once you kind of take like a good peek, you just see piles and piles of gold and gems and
Holy shit.
random like. There's no like weapons in these. It's just like gems and gold and like
I see a sword and a battle axe.
intricate stuff. A couple of random like chests, and then in the center of all of that is this. On top of these, I gotta find like the fucking. Okay. There are flames coming from basically what looks like nowhere. And then carved on the face of each side of these pillars, you can kind of see carvings and symbols in the distance. They're kind of large and chiseled in quite deeply.
Guys, there's loot.
What kind of loot?
Lots of gold,
Or,
silver,
like, that's what I'm talking about.
some chests. There's a coffin.
Oh,
Okay.
no.
What's in the coffin?
I don't want to find out, but
Is it near the treasure?
yes.
You guys going the same way?
I was thinking opposite side, but it's probably just better to go all one way.
Going this way?
Yeah, that's fine.
Forgive me if I'm a little hesitant to just go down there.
Go.
No,
I'm not
Wait.
that hesitant.
What are the symbols on the pill? Is there an X? You think that means trap?
Can I see the symbols on the pillar?
You can.
X, 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 X.
Or that might be triple trap. Just watch out.
X is gonna give it to you. All right.
Yeah, X.
Gonna give it to you. Gonna give it to you. What? Stop Drop.
There's also fire coming out of the top of those with no apparent source.
I mean, there's been pillars like that the whole way through.
I thought they all had stuff in them, though. Some sort of fuel source.
Well, there's the ones with the gray soot shit in there, and then the ones that were flaming.
Which ones are we? Okay, yeah, that
Same
one.
symbols down every single face.
4.
Wait, man? We've seen man before.
So we think there's
What's that? Is that a sun?
a spike trap.
No, that was
The blockies are the
The tiles.
yeah
tiles.
the weird Q shape. I'm not really sure about. The moon.
I don't know what the moon is.
I don't know what the sun is either. I thought it was going to be like
Be careful, Bort.
some sort of blinding light.
It's
or-
trapped.
I actually don't think you should continue. I'm pretty sure you should come back.
Come back.
Yeah. We don't know what we're dealing with, and one of our party members was already impaled.
But look at the loot.
I know. Dragon madness.
Do you see anything now that you're down there?
A lot of sand.
Keep walking.
Where did it come from?
The floor is sand?
Yes.
The rest of
Oh,
it's been
no.
stone.
Because you can't see the tiles.
Do you walk along the edge, like, there? Like where we're at?
Oh, that's the safer way to go. Maybe we just circle around back, nab the loot, and leave.
He can initiate the
Oh,
walls.
shuffle past. If no one else is moving, to walk along that edge.
There you go, King.
Along the edge, not going down.
I won't let me put you on the edge. It's probably like a random thing there, but I got you.
I can't see it.
It's invisible.
I'm out of bounds.
Yeah. Oh, there you go.
I can
Just
get you
have
on this one, but
Yeah.
I'll basically say you're on the one above it.
Alright.
Because this should be open. No, that's why. There's like a floor right above it.
Mhm.
Okay, so I changed my mind. You can't. This one, though, you can. Basically the same. Yeah, you wouldn't have been able to walk on the other one anyhow.
And it was relatively accurate size for the fires.
Yep.
Okay, then I'll slowly kind of make my way around them.
Be careful. Those might still be trapped in some way.
You can get all the way to here, no issue.
Damn, just scoop some loot and run. Shink. Fill a bag.
Everyone else just watch me do this?
Yep.
Yeah.
Fill
Oh,
up your
okay.
bedroll.
Everybody standing up here?
Fill
Yep.
up a pillowcase. I'm gonna actually. I think I'll go.
You leaving?
I'm gonna go follow him.
Oh, good.
Just because I don't want him to be over there all by himself.
Alright.
Oh, shit.
I will.
We're all gone. Oh, no.
Walk to the bottom of the staircase,
Okay.
and then I'm gonna misty step across
Then
this.
he's gonna do up, down, left, right.
No, maybe I don't want to do that.
B-A star. And then he's gonna glitch out of the pyramid.
Yeah, I'll.
Finish the final quest.
Oh. No, I don't want to do that.
Damn, Broder's going for it.
And the coins in the pile look like what I just picked up off that guy.
No, none of them.
I would have followed the same path that Kane did around the edge.
Okay. No issue. You get to him.
Does it look like they're sitting in anything, or just they're sitting on the floor in the sand?
The coins and all that?
Yeah.
Yeah, just piled on the floor in the sand.
Should I poke it? The treasure? Maybe. I mean, it would be pretty hard to do, but maybe there's one of those plates underneath this treasure.
Yeah, I don't know.
Anyone got gust?
Does it look like real,
I got
real
arrested
gold?
agitation. I can make like a puff of air, but not enough to move something around.
On the gold itself, You can see. I'm not gonna fucking attempt to draw that. It basically looks like like a pharaoh type head. Kind of crude, rudimentary design of it, but it is essentially like a head of a pharaoh.
That's a pretty cool hat.
Yeah.
I might need one of those.
Well, gold looks real. It doesn't look like fake as a decoy or anything.
I'm just
Sigurd, he's just staying on the steps.
Yep.
Okay. Boar walks over to this chest.
Oh, he's going for it. Rip. Rip the boar.
He takes the chest itself is square. It has a very kind of ornate design at the top of it. It actually appears to be made of like a marble type stone, so it's very heavy. And there's actually 3 of them set up that you can see. There's one in front of here. There's one at an angle here that has gold kind of put over it, and then there's one sitting at the back of this.
That's the best.
They are made of, like I said, like a marble type stone, so they're fucking heavy as hell.
The whole chest is made of marble?
Yes.
Whoa.
As he goes to like lift the like lid, he's like kind of even having a little bit of trouble.
Maybe they made him out of marble to
Bro,
keep
here
him
goes
closed.
and helps him.
He walks over
Rest in peace, bro, dude.
between the two
You
of
did
them.
your thing.
They kind of lift up and throw the lid over it. It kind of does like a
There's
loud
no way
like
that hinge is
like
staying intact.
thud. There's like essentially pieces of like brass that are going through like the marble itself. It's almost like it's like kind of drilled through to where it's like dowels essentially, so where like you can't push it off. You have to kind of just like lift the lid and then it comes off, so it doesn't like flip back. It just kind of like they pick it up and then it slides like off the back a little bit. Once it's opened up, there are all sorts of gems inside of it, and you watch Boar just kind of like take his hands into it and like lift up and then show everybody like rubies and kind of like amethysts and these kind of like amber looking kind of gems as he's holding them. Get all of this. This is all for us.
That's what a villain sounds like.
the last words.
That's the,
Sigurd, you hear a
that's the Viking way.
loud shifting sound that causes you to like immediately like snap and look around, and you can see the like the stairs themselves, like at the top, like that very top step, the one underneath it. So instead of it going like this, you watch it go, and then the one under that.
Well, I'm hopping off.
I'm hopping on.
No, you're not. You go right into the ceiling, dude.
Pancake.
Essentially,
I
what
don't think
it's
so.
doing.
Yeah, see, I'm
It's
safe.
sealing the doorway.
Yeah, you jumping on it?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Let's get it.
It snaps all the way up and closes that. Don't mind that gap. You can't crawl out of it. It's closed.
I think I can crawl out of that.
Actually,
But what if I turn into a rat?
Rat tech.
Okay. What the fuck is it? Oh, it's just
Uh,
a lip.
guys?
After that happens, you watch the flames on the top of this go out.
You think
All
it
of
was-
these flames start to go out.
Oh, here's the trap.
In
That's
the
what
center,
that's what
you
the
start to
boom
watch
meant.
sand swirl around and then kind of pick up off the ground before it goes over in this direction. You watch as it does that and moves that way. You start to watch these like large kind of like limb type appendages start to form from the sand in this like kind of clay-like fashion, but it still has this sand texture to it. You start watching it like you see like a head kind of type come up from the sand itself. It's more like rounded. You can see this like face that's opening up and sand just like pouring out of it. You watch the arms slowly come up from the sand as well before you can see the legs too. As it sits there, it just kind of lets out this. You feel the area